watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It has been a busy morning so far. We still have a lot coming up in the next little bit as well as we get our 4.5 hours of live streaming news coverage underway on this Wednesday. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. A couple of things that have happened already this morning before I kind of let you know where we are right now. We heard from Attorney General James Uthmeier in Fort Myers earlier today. We heard from Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins in Orlando just a little bit ago. State CFO Blaise Ngolia was in Daytona Beach talking about immigration enforcement, handing out some checks as well. So that's been a busy morning just right there. A couple of committee meetings in Tallahassee with some high-profile bills we've been watching. We also got an update from Ocala Police on a double homicide that happened and what we know about that, some disturbing details in that one. So we will get into that coming up in just a little bit. Let me give you a live look right now. A couple things here that are going on live. In Washington, D.C., a live look right now at Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is testifying in a House Judiciary Committee meeting right now. This is an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice, and things have been a little bit heated this morning, specifically when she's questioned by Democratic members of Congress. And so it's been an interesting back and forth. We are certainly going to check in on this throughout the morning as this continues. Let me also give you a live look right now in Washington, D.C., where we are getting ready to hear from U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins. They're going to give an update on the implementation of the new dietary guidelines for Americans. This is something that we covered some of that initial announcement. So we expect to hear an update on that soon. Let me also give you a live look right now outside Camping World Stadium in Orlando, where we're getting ready to have a news conference and hear an update on the renovations, the $400 million stadium improvement project. You can see construction work actively underway there. It is a construction zone. We're going to hear from Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer, Alan Johnson, who's the Chief Venues Officer for Orlando, and also Florida Citrus Sports CEO Steve Hogan speaking any minute now. So we will check in on that and bring that to you when that begins. Meanwhile, we are also continuing to track the latest when it comes to the Nancy Guthrie disappearance and the search for a suspect. After all that video was released yesterday, we know a person of interest was detained and questioned last night before they were released. So still a lot of questions that we will get into that. No briefings scheduled for today, at least not yet, from the Pima County Sheriff's Department in the Tucson area. But we will keep an eye out for that. And if there are any briefings that are set, we will bring those to you live right here on Fox 35 News Plus. So I told you it was a busy day, and it is a busy day. That's just scraping the surface because it's also Daytona 500 Media Day. That's going to begin in just a little bit. We're going to hear from the track president. We're going to hear from drivers throughout the afternoon as well. I don't think I'm forgetting anything else, but that's where we are, and that's where we're going over these next 4.5 hours, and we appreciate you joining us here today. So again, we are standing by for that news conference any minute now at outside Camping World Stadium. In fact, they just showed some renderings, putting up some poster boards there, and you see naming rights as well. Going to be interesting to see what all happens with that. But a big project, $400 million project to improve Camping World Stadium. So we're getting ready for that news conference, and I believe they're also going to be getting a tour of some of those renovations and some of the work that is currently going on right now. So it's 11:05 just about. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus before things really start to get busy. So keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This news conference just getting underway. That's Alan Johnson with the Orlando venues. We're also expecting to hear from Mayor Dyer, a number of other officials speaking about the upgrades and the construction project getting underway at Camping World Stadium. $400 million worth of improvements. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Early, so we already see the stairs gone down. We're excited about this project. Soon you'll see new seating in the terrace level, new concessions, new restrooms, and rising behind me will be a new upper deck. Again, we're excited about this project, and we're going to look forward to its completion in August 27. Now it's my honor to introduce Mayor Buddy Dyer, City of Orlando Mayor.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you all for being here. There's enough cameras that we know this is a big event, a big happening in the city of Orlando. I want to thank our commissioners for being here, Commissioner Ortiz, Commissioner King, Commissioner Rose, and I would especially like to thank Mayor Dennings for being here. This is a $400 million completion project for Camping World Stadium, and the entirety of the funding that is being used for this construction came from the tourist development tax from Orange County, so we are very thankful for their participation in this. Thank you, Mayor. This is exciting because we did an original reconstruct as part of the venues package back from 2008, and we only had enough money to do the lower bowl. So if you saw that at the time, it was kind of interesting because we demolished everything below the upper bowl, and that upper bowl was just kind of sticking up in the air. Now we have the opportunity to come back and finish the job. It's a $400 million project, as I mentioned, but that also includes what are we calling it now? An event center? Yeah. An event center that'll be over here to my left, which is about $70 million of that. One of the first things that it brings is jobs to our community. So the estimate's about 1,500 workers that will be on site at a max of about 400 workers. So that's an important aspect in terms of the actual construction part. And then it's going to allow us to maintain the great events we have here. We've been able to host a lot of major live concerts, 3 bowl games a year. We're hopeful that the Jacksonville Jaguars will be playing their 2027 season here, and yes, the stadium will be completed for that. So some of the things that will occur are we're increasing capacity from 62,000 to 65,000. This end zone will have additional seating in it, but also connect from the east to the west. There'll be a redesign of the exterior facade and then modernization of a lot of different aspects of the stadium. But it's important. It's an important construction project. Along with this will be a lot of infrastructure that is reconfigured around the stadium to make a better game day approach for everybody that's using the stadium. So now I'd like to call on our good partners from Florida Citrus Sports that are involved in this with us, Steve Hogan.
One, Mayor, thank you, and Mayor, thank you, Commissioners, Alan, the team. I share the excitement. You see this starting to happen, and it's real now, right? We got to get ready. I mean, the rumor is that in 2027 we're going to host an entire NFL season here with the Jacksonville Jaguars. It is not official yet, but we fully expect that it will be. We're excited to come celebrate as soon as they make that decision, but that'd be a heck of a way to really kind of grow into this new complex, wouldn't it? And so appreciative of the county and their support of this, along with the city as they're building and to be their partner intended here to continue to put events in this thing and drive the energy. But I'm as excited for us, more excited probably for us as residents, as a community, and especially the West Lakes community, the west side of downtown. I think with the event center addition to this campus, a stadium that's going to compete toe-to-toe with some of the best around the country and around the world, we're already getting those kind of events. If you think of the NFL Pro Bowls that we've had, the amazing concert touring shows that Alan and his team have been able to bring. We had 6 last year. I mean, that is a robust schedule of touring shows in this building. You look at the college ball kickoff games with LSU and Florida State recently, an NFL season potentially on the horizon, Manchester United, Manchester City and Barcelona, FIFA Club World Cup, on and on and on and on, right? this building's already competing, but look what it's going to do when we're done. This is going to be a building that all of us will be proud of. But when you add that event center, we talk about the infrastructure around this campus. If we can start driving over 1 million people a year into this community, into our hotel rooms, to spend those dollars here in the local businesses and the local communities, create these full-time employment opportunities, and then hopefully invite private investment here to the west side. The more bodies we have coming through, time people are spending competing here on campus, the more dollars are going to have to invest in people's individual small businesses. And I'm as excited for that in the next 10 to 15 years as anything else. So I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I want to thank everybody that's here behind me and all the elected leaders that had the guts to say that we are going to go toe-to-toe. May not have multiple $1 billion to do this, but we have enough that's going to let Orlando be what it is, the #1 destination on the planet for neutral site activity. So thank you. Question and answer. You going to say something? No. Alan?
No, we're going to be photo op. Kirk? Yeah. The sledge?
If you guys want to do that now.
Do you want to invite those Mayor Demings to say anything?
No.
Q&A?
Are there any questions?
Are there any questions?
I guess, yeah, committee.
We'll take questions. We'll get a photo op here real quick.
Alan, you guys want to push camera? There you go.
How about this way? See the sliding on the side of the stair. This is ceremonial, we're not actually going. You good?
Okay, any questions? Yep. You know what? Step forward and speak up. Better Jags. Okay, Jags. I'm going to call on Steve to answer that one.
What are they asking there?
Jags.
Yeah, again, we are waiting for an official response, and we've done everything we can do with the team. The county's support has been awesome with that. As you know, our sports incentive committee has unlocked so many huge opportunities, and a potential NFL season is a big part of that. I think you heard from some public comments from the Jaguars that in terms of the relationship between Orlando and the Jags, we all are comfortable with what we've provided. The NFL committee has to officially bless that now that the Super Bowl is behind us, and we can kind of focus on the future. As you can imagine, for us and the Jags as a community, this is really important, right? It's top of mind. We want to know every day. For the rest of the NFL and the in the world, they're not in such a hurry about what's going to happen in 2027 for one of the teams and where they're going to play. So we have the urgency. We just needed the NFL committee to have the urgency. So with patience, I would certainly hope here in the first quarter, we're all celebrating the official news that the NFL has kind of ratified both what I believe us and the Jaguars would like to see happen, which is them playing the majority of their season here in Orlando in 2027. So
We're ready when they're ready.
we're ready.
We're ready.
We've crafted the construction schedule to make sure that that is a possibility that we could host the Jags in 27.
So how long is it going to take?
Summer 27.
No, we meet every condition that you need to. I mean, that's been clear. I think the stadium that we've had, for the most part, could have potentially done the job. And again, you're talking about somebody who needs a place to play for a year. Our community sets up for that, but this new building will be ideal. I think in a temporary home for an NFL team, this new building is going to be ideal. Everybody's comfortable with that. We just got to meet the construction schedule, and we will, and be ready to open so that we can all celebrate. 27 is going to be an awesome year in every respect. Music, collegiate football, international soccer and hopefully NFL football here soon. But this building absolutely meets every specification that we need it to.
So even if there weren't delays, you'd still be able to post the deadline?
They're not going to be delays, but we're, yes. Our building's going to be intact and in a position. If we're, we don't expect this, but certainly if you're still painting a few walls and doing a few other things, we're about to play 2 international soccer matches in the midst of construction. I think we could handle it in 27 if we're still, kind of cleaning a few things up and sweeping up the floors.
The event center here that you're talking about, can you have more details about what's going to be that about?
Yeah, I mean, we're excited again for the community. I think Alan and I share this, the mayors. That event center it essentially is football-sized field if you just put your mind in it, indoors, just space-wise, right? But you see these all over the country and all over the world. I mean, these are hubs of activity for youth tourism, volleyball, cheer. I mean, this continues your theory of sports entertainment tourism, right? I mean, it's a convention center for sports and entertainment, really, in a smaller fashion, but it'll augment the campus. So big-time stadium events, you might think national championships in the future, Army-Navy games, things such as that, WWE, those opportunities that come through these campuses. Most cities, most facilities like this have significant amount of under-air space, right? Air-conditioned space within these voluminous domed or roofed stadiums. We don't have that here. But our event center is going to make the stadium events more competitive on game day, but they'll also do business every day of the week. So when you think about adding another 70, 80 dates plus to the campus in terms of activity in smaller doses, thousands of families at a time, that's really exciting. But then allowing the stadium to be that much more competitive for the biggest global events is what you're getting. So, and again, I think the campus, in terms of how it's coming together, we haven't talked a lot about the fact that the Expressway Authority is doing a lot of work on the exit ramps over here on the 408. That project's underway. They're going to be dealing with some of Rio Grande and Tampa Avenue in terms of event-level streets, curbless environments. So the infrastructure is coming up alongside of these investments we've been able to make in the event center and the stadium. So you're not going to believe, if you just move out of town and come back in 2027 for the first event here on campus, I think you're going to be blown away in a positive way and proud of what your community has to offer to the world.
Steve, is that the same construction timeline for the event center as it is for the stadium?
That's the plan. We very much are working with pace right now. We would expect, and Alan, correct me on this, we're in design criteria package right now, the city and us and KMF, to put the design criteria package in place so that the city can procure publicly a design builder on the project, which we would expect likely to come out maybe mid to late April, somewhere in that time frame.
There's 2 different projects.
Alan.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Brendan. It's 2 different projects. They're running different schedules, different crews, so it would not be impacted this. Just remind everybody, in 2014, we took everything down but the upper decks and built that in 9 months. I'm not scared of this schedule. Are we, Chris Burns? Are we, Paul? We're not scared of the schedule, are we? We're going to be on time and in budget on this project.
Can you walk us through what we're seeing right now and talk to us about our stay on time?
So right now what you're seeing behind us is the demolition part of the project in the north end zone. That will make room for the new north tower to come up, which will include new seating, new concessions, restrooms, but also new club and new suites. And then we're working on the upper decks, the east and west side, removing all new seating up there, new concourse, new restrooms and concession stands. We'll be doing some work in the south end zone to expand our stage pocket, so allow us to have a larger capacity for concerts to attract those Swifties of the world to Orlando. So these are all projects that are going on simultaneously. They're working on toward that August 27 deadline.
Alan, can you share what the plans are for the newly expanded CRA adoption around Camping Grove Stadium? Are there plans for that property?
It's to make this campus a great campus and to allow us to work within the CRA rules and regulations and funding.
Okay.
My boss.
For those of you that didn't understand that question, so the CRA is largely Paramore and downtown, but it does come, you're standing in the CRA on this road, but it only encompasses the stadium, exactly, nothing outside the stadium. So what we voted on yesterday, 2 days ago, I guess, on Monday at council, was an expansion of the CRA to include all the non-private land that is around us, so basically the city-owned land, and it will give us the ability, if the county votes the same on this, to use CRA funding for improvements in some of the properties on this side of town.
But we're not ready to say what those improvements are?
No, we're not ready to say that.
Okay.
What is your message to residents right now, hearing that information, living here around the state of
To be excited that we continue to invest in our venues, to bring world-class events to the city of Orlando.
Is this a final renovation, or there's a possibility the future maybe for like a?
We're going to get this one done first, and Mayor Demings and I will both be gone after that, so well, that'll leave that one to somebody else.
This
question's for the mayors. So there's a lot of people talking about maybe this $400 million. Is it being spent on something that benefits everybody 365? I know you guys have talked about this in the past. What's your reply to that? The people who think that
It benefits the 1,500 people that are going to work on this job. It benefits our entire community in the events, quality of life events that families are going to be able to come and experience here, and then it benefits the entire region in terms of the events here that create stays of a week or more and doing other things. So a lot of these events, what did EDC do last year? 130 million?
130 million economic impact.
So EDC every year does $130 million in economic impact. And if we do have the JAGs, I imagine that is a very substantial economic impact as well. You want to say anything? Okay.
Is that job fair?
Yeah, that's it.
Tomorrow at 6.
Thanks for your job fair, Mayor.
You talked about it.
Thank you. So just a reminder, please let everyone know about the job fair tomorrow happening at 6 o'clock at the Varsity Club. I want everyone to come out and find about the opportunities that we have coming up in this project. Make sure you mention that, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Let's go.
So updates on the project at Camping World Stadium. We heard from Mayor Dyer. We heard from Florida Citrus Sports CEO Steve Hogan. We also heard from the Orlando Venues Chief Alan Johnson talking about this project. You can see some of the renderings there. We also showed you some of those renderings just a little bit ago as well, and I'll show them again to you right now. It's a $400 million project that is going to bring some improvements, and all of this with an eye toward 2027 as well. You heard a lot of questions about the timetable. The project is slated to be done in time for 2027, when Camping World Stadium is hopeful and expecting, in some ways, to host the Jacksonville Jaguars for that 2027 NFL season. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but keep it here because we've got a whole lot more coming up next on Fox Local and on YouTube.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I do want to go ahead and get you to this House Judiciary Committee hearing. This is Hank Johnson, a Democratic member of Congress from Georgia, who is having a bit of a tense back and forth with Attorney General Pam Bondi right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
As Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for
18 years. And for
18 years.
And for 18 years,
He
you
asked a question and doesn't want an
prosecuted-
answer. This is theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years, you prosecuted serious felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before him, sir?
You also prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier. I prosecuted multiple cases.
So
when I was a prosecutor,
bottom line, you're an experienced and seasoned.
For 18 years.
Mr. Chairman, will you remind her of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You are a seasoned and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
I think he wants to say
I want a yes or no answer.
I think he wants to say
I want a yes or no answer, but I'll live with what you have already said. Let me ask you this question.
Clearly,
in the prosecution of sexual assault cases, you are acutely aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying to.
Well, I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them? Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
protection of the
identity of all victims
of the victims
are
is
protected.
So very
you are
important.
protected under. Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you explain that?
Well, it means you're nice to the Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question. If you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies for coming forward?
Which was it? The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent the past several months attacking the administration for doing exactly what the American people wanted when they overwhelmingly elected President Trump, securing our border and enforcing our immigration laws. I find it a bit ironic because this is the same party who just a few years ago were openly supporting strong immigration enforcement after witnessing criminal illegal aliens wreak havoc on the American communities. I have a short video I just wanted to play.
Of immigrants. We're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable.
They've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone.
No great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders.
We need to address the issue of immigration and the challenge we have of undocumented people in our country. We certainly don't want any more coming in.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. When we use phrases like undocumented workers, we convey a message to the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration, which the American people overwhelmingly oppose. If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say it. I think it is illegal and wrong.
Open the borders, my God. You know, there's a lot of poverty in this world, and you're going to have people from all over the world, and I don't think that's something that we can do at this point. Can't do it.
Yes or no? Would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants in this country.
So, Attorney General Bondi, what's the Trump administration, DOJ, doing to end the open border policies of the prior administration that saw dangerous drugs and criminal aliens flood our communities?
Congressman, President Trump has worked tirelessly, as you know, to close our border, which is what the Democrats had asked for in that video. President Trump closed our borders on day one. He is protecting Americans. He is protecting our kids from the influx of drugs that were flowing into this country from Mexico. The fentanyl precursors that were coming from China. These precursors were taken from China into Mexico. And in Mexico, they were mixed and freely taken right into our country, along with gang members, MS-13, TDA, freely coming into our cities around our country, thanks to Joe Biden's open border policies. That has stopped under Donald Trump. It will no longer happen under this administration, and he is doing everything to keep Americans safe. And let me continue. When he was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, the majority of the American people wanted Donald Trump. One of the main reasons was border security and keeping Americans safe. And that's exactly what he did. And that's why today the other side sits here, they yell, they cut me off, they want to yell, they want to ask a question and don't want answers because they want to distract from all the great things that this president and this administration working hand in hand, and that includes Secretary Noem, who has closed our borders, and Tom Homan, who has closed our borders to keep Americans safe. And they're trying to distract from that, and they're not going to do it because the American people are smarter than that, and they see through their theatrics.
Thank you. Just quickly, yesterday, Senator Grassley reached out to my office to tell me that I was one of the 20 members that was now disclosed were under surveillance from Jack Smith. This brings up the question of non-disclosure orders and whether or not they should apply to members of Congress. But with my phone records being surveilled, as well as looks like 19 other members of Congress, I'm just wondering how DOJ views that.
Time is, the gentleman's expired, but the gentlelady can respond.
As I stated earlier, Congressman, anyone's records who were illegally obtained, Democrat or Republican, we will fight vigorously to stop that. Anything with Arctic frost, I can't discuss right now.
And isn't it true, Madam Attorney General, the DOJ has changed their policy? You can't do that now. The DOJ is not going to go do that and ask the judge for an NDO.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. That in and of itself tells you why how wrong it was. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Great, thank you. Madam Attorney General, you acknowledged earlier to Mr. Johnson that President Trump was mentioned and the release countless times, you said, in the Epstein files. I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have. Of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name that we have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at
we have
least be 1,000
released
times?
every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can
so
characterize the numbers however you want it.
I'm claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
It's not.
Me,
It's not.
is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the President. It was in retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General report would find this improper and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on 2 committees that were a part of the President's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted. The President's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted. He listed me at the very top, along with Adam Schiff, and during that same testimony, refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator and Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the President does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected that the President would come after his enemies. But what I want to talk to you next is serious, and I did not expect this would happen, and I'd like your help on it. The President has inspired death threats against me and many sitting up here with me. In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails at my district office. On the voicemails, they said, "Get the message to him. I'm going to hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self." Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, "No, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you." The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, "I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew." I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions, although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The President can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us. And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
Congressman, I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe one has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened. And I will work with, you can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened. And I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Appreciate that. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and we're sorry for what the gentleman and his family have had to go through. We appreciate what the Attorney General said, and I think some of the things that the gentleman from California related, we can all relate to, and it's unfortunate, it's wrong, as the Attorney General said, and we appreciate the help we get from the Justice Department. With that, we will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have much more to come, so keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back to this hearing on Capitol Hill. Pam Bondi testifying during a hearing of the House Judiciary Committee, holding an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice. It's been heated at times as we've heard questions from Democratic lawmakers. This is Republican Jefferson Van Drew from New Jersey, who is having a chance to speak and question Attorney General Bondi right now. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
1,000 illegals with criminal histories, 20,000 with convictions of assault, robbery, and sex offenses, 13,000 convicted murderers in our beautiful country, 15,000 convicted sexual assault offenders. It was madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre. It's perverse. What in God's name were you doing? So we finally are cleaning this up now. We're finally trying to make it right and safe for our people. So my questions are this. General, do you believe in removing criminal illegal aliens from our communities will save American lives?
Yes, and given the cases that you just discussed, that's proof of it every single day. President Trump is committed to that. This entire cabinet is committed to that and making and keeping Americans safe.
Thank you. Would you agree that, and thank you for doing that, would you agree that allowing individuals with known criminal histories to enter and remain in the United States, we knew this back then, they knew it. Would you agree that creates serious risk to our public safety? I know the answers, but let's just say them clearly.
Yes.
Would you agree that when dangerous individuals are released instead of detained, and they were released over and over and over again, and these are the real issues. This is really what America cares about. They want their children and their families to be safe. Do you think if you release them instead of detaining them, that crimes will happen because of that?
Absolutely.
Would you agree that, I'm sorry.
And it did.
And it did, thank you. Would you agree that cooperation between, and this is a biggie, And I'm going to ask you to elaborate on this. This is a big deal. This is why some of the problems we're seeing in some of the places like Minnesota are happening. That cooperation between federal and local enforcement, which we always used to have, helps remove violent offenders from our communities, that we should be a team.
Yes.
And can you elaborate on that a little bit? In other words, when the local enforcement is forced by the politicians, not their fault, not to do their job and not cooperate, why does it create the situations that we see where we have need for crowd control? By the way, they're not peaceful. Those are not peaceful protesters. We know what a peaceful protester is. When you spit on law enforcement, when you push them, when you hit them, when you beat their car. If you can answer the question, thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. You may answer the question.
Thank you. Yes, I spent 4 days myself in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. What I will say about some of these sanctuary cities, some of these democratic cities, law enforcement, they quietly want to work with us. I've spoken to law enforcement in multiple cities who want to work with us. And yes, we're going to do everything we can to keep our citizens safe, whether or not these Democrat-controlled sanctuary cities do or don't.
And damn it, that's what really matters. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I have a UC.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection,
that is a
admitted.
net drop
Now I
to
recognize the gentleman
-20.
from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you were allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, that we redacted the victim's
Because you were following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and set before.
I agree with you.
You twice.
I'm reclaiming my time. I agree with you. I agree with you. During the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer your question about protecting
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's a video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time.
be
I got your
released.
answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock.
Stop the clock. The legislation. This is
Time
ridiculous.
belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you, here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question, Ms.
He doesn't
You're
want
allowed
to talk
to.
about
I did
the
not ask a
horrific
question.
crime in California. He does not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his state.
She can't just
Madam
ad
Attorney
lib
General.
stuff. I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to let the Attorney General
Madam
respond.
Attorney General, would you like to?
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
You have a few minutes to respond.
Thank you, Congressman. This is what Congressman Liu didn't want to talk about. He didn't want to talk about all the crime that is happening in his state. California refuses to honor detainees because of its dangerous sanctuary city policies. The refusal means California has released 4,561 criminal illegal aliens onto its street. The crimes of these aliens include 31 homicides, 661 assaults, 574 burglaries, 184 robberies, 1,489 dangerous drug offenses, 379 weapons offenses, and 234 sexual predator offenses. That's why they are deflecting. That's why they're trying to talk about the Epstein files. That's currently happening in his home state.
Attorney General, thank you for being here, and I wanted to make sure you had time to respond. I'm going to change gears a little bit. In October, when you were testifying before the Senate, I know you and my friend Senator Katie Britt discussed concerns of infiltration of the illegal Chinese vapes into our country. As a father of three, obviously, I'm worried a little bit about this, and I believe that many parents in the country share our similar concerns. Can you provide an update on DOJ's work in this space over the past few months?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. We're talking about the vapes. And this should be an issue where both sides of the aisle can work together on. Parents need to understand, children need to understand that so many of these are being manufactured in China, sent to our country, and have the potential to be laced with lethal drugs. We've seen an overdose. We need to get on the front end of this before we have another crisis and children are dying. I've partnered with Secretary Kennedy, of course, at HHS on this matter, but thank you for bringing it up. You know, they're selling these things as flavored vapes illegally in many stores around the country. Secretary Kennedy and I actually we went and did something on this, and it was sadly the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And so it didn't get a lot of attention, nor should it have after that happened. But yes, we're continuing to work on that, and thank you for bringing that up. That's happening in all of our states, and I would ask everyone here, I know Congresswoman Ross was just nodding, it's happening in every state. And not only are they laced with THC, many of these vapes, but they could be laced with fentanyl. We have had a child, I wish I could think of the state it was in, but we have already had someone overdose. And we have to get together on this, and we have to get on the front end of this. And I would love to work across the aisle on this to protect our kids. How many school kids?
Attorney General Pam Bondi continuing to testify right now on Capitol Hill in what has at times been a pretty heated and intense oversight hearing conducted by the House Judiciary Committee. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We will also get you caught up on some of the other news happening around our area, so keep it here on Fox Local.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. It's now noon on this Wednesday, and thanks for joining us here on Fox Local and on YouTube. We're continuing to monitor that Pam Bondi hearing on Capitol Hill as she testifies right now before the House Judiciary Committee that's doing an oversight hearing of the DOJ. She's faced a lot of questions about the Epstein files in the past hour. We've listened to some of that live. I do want to get you caught up, though, on a developing story out of Ocala, where we got some new details this morning about a double homicide, 2 people killed in Ocala, with the suspect being arrested in Georgia earlier today. Investigators say they found 34-year-old Nancy Bacon and her 4-year-old daughter shot and killed inside a home in Ocala. The suspect, 38-year-old Ralph Bacon, arrested in Georgia. Ocala police held a news conference a little bit ago about this homicide and the investigation, how they were able to track down this suspect. Here's what we know about this case.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Chief Mike Balkin. I want to thank you guys for joining us here this morning for this press conference. Real quickly, last night at about 9:16 p.m., the Ocala Police Department received a 911 call in regards to shots being heard at the Marion Springs condominiums that's located at 3575 Southeast Fort King Street. Our officers responded to the condo in question. That was unit number 141, and discovered 2 individuals who had been shot to death inside the apartment. Those individuals included the adult female resident, 34-year-old Nancy Bacon, and unfortunately her 4-year-old daughter, Eden. Witnesses at the scene advised that after hearing the gunshots, they observed the adult victim's estranged husband leaving the complex in a dark-colored SUV with North Carolina license plates. He was quickly identified as 38-year-old Ralph Bacon, and a region-wide BOLA was issued for him, as well as his vehicle, as a person of interest in this case. Ultimately, the suspect's vehicle began hitting off of license plate readers, which showed us that he was traveling northbound towards the Florida-Georgia border. Contact was made with Georgia authorities, who ultimately spotted the vehicle northbound on I-95, approximately 7 miles north of the Florida line. The Kingsland, Georgia Police Department initiated a traffic stop on our suspect vehicle, at which time the suspect shot and killed himself inside his car. This investigation is fluid. It is ongoing. We have detectives in Georgia dealing with that scene up there, while we still work our scene down here in hopes of really trying to determine exactly what happened and why this even occurred. With that said, I'm going to open this up to any questions that the media might have, and we'll do our best to try to get those answered.
Chief, we had heard from some folks that the couple had just recently gotten back together in December. There's a district 4, and then they got back together. Is there anything you guys have learned about?
Yeah, we're hearing the same thing. I described them as estranged. We know that they had what's been described as a challenging relationship, an on-again, off-again relationship that's been going on for several years. And that they recently kind of got back together somewhere around the holiday, Christmas period, and have been working to kind of get their relationship back together. Yes, sir.
Did it appear that this man went to his estranged wife's home with the purpose to kill her and her daughter?
Well, again, when we say estranged, I use that term loosely. You know, we know it was a challenging relationship. That had they were together, they'd split up back and forth, and it wasn't until just recently, around Christmas time, that we believe he moved back into the apartment with her. So there's no belief that he went there with the goal of killing her last night.
From what you guys have seen, has there been any history of violence by Mr. Bacon?
So we're looking into his history now. I will say that there are some interesting cases, at least one in Georgia that we're aware of, where he made some terroristic threats. So we're doing some background work on that. We have no history of domestic violence with these two here locally. I can tell you that at this point.
Do you have any details about those threats?
I don't. Our detectives will be working with the Georgia authorities to try to figure that out and see if that had anything to do with this case at all. I don't believe that to be the case. That was well over 10 years ago, I believe.
We've also heard that there might have been some anger on his part towards his estranged wife because of her daughter.
Yeah, we can. That's a great question. The question is, was there any animosity towards the adult victim because of her daughter? We know that child, the 4-year-old, was not the shooter's biological daughter, and we've heard through witnesses as well that was a key issue within the relationship. So I can confirm at least those statements that you've heard. Yes, sir.
And did he say anything to the police in Georgia before?
So here's what I'm told. I'm told they picked him up, again, about 7 miles north of the border, going through Kingsland, that they moved to initiate a traffic stop, and that he had shot himself before the car even came to a stop.
Do you have any idea what he was doing prior to going to the home, or if there's any indication that something like this could have happened?
I really don't. You know, we had no indication that there was going to be any violence between these two. Again, no reports of disturbances or any kind of acts of violence before this incident kicked off last night. So no, sir.
Did you guys deal with a lot of domestic violence situations? Any message to the public?
Yeah, you know, I'll say this. You know, domestic violence, it's one of those types of cases that they're extremely difficult to predict. And they can happen across, you know, it doesn't matter where you live, it doesn't matter race, creed, any of that. It happens across our society, so they're very difficult to predict, and because of that, unfortunately, they're extremely difficult to prevent as well. We do have resources out there. Castle Marion here in Ocala, Marion County offers 24/7 services for those potential victims that need help. That help exists, and it's a phone call away.
You spoke about those license plate readers. How instrumental was that in tracking down the suspect?
You know, we use license plate readers locally as a huge force multiplier, certainly, and we count on our law enforcement partners across the state, really across the country, with their license plate readers, because they're all tied in right together. So this was instrumental not only in determining his direction of travel from the scene, fleeing, but potentially to protect somebody else's life to wherever he was going, right? And maybe even some officer that would have rolled up on him, not knowing what he was just involved in. So the LPRs in this instance, they were critical in us apprehending him quickly. I say apprehending him, bringing this case to a closure.
So what are the next steps?
You know, we're going to continue to work the evidence here at our crime scene locally. We're going to continue to work with the Georgia authorities to again, try to piece this together. There are family members left behind that are going to want some answers, and we're going to try to do our best to get them those answers on why this even happened.
You have any pictures of
Great question. We are our PIO Jeff Walzak is going to provide the media with some photos of not the juvenile, but certainly the adult victim and the suspect as well here. Yes, sir.
So some concerning details from that. Obviously, they talked about the frightening nature of domestic situations like that. And again, just in case you missed it during the news conference, I want to correct how I tossed to it. I did say that the suspect was arrested. As we know, as we heard from police there, that suspect ended up shooting and killing himself as he was being pulled over in Georgia. Again, a concerning case. We are following up on this today. Hope to learn more. We'll have updates for you throughout the afternoon. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. How fired up are you for the Daytona 500? That is our question of the hour right now. We want you to vote and let us know what you think, how you're feeling, if you're looking forward to it. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also pull out your phone, point that camera at the QR code, and vote that way. You can find it in the Fox Local app as well. Are you all in? Are you going to tune in? Are you not really fired up for it, or are you really saying, what's that? It is a Daytona 500 week. Let's give you a live look right now. You can see Daytona International Speedway. It is media day for the Daytona 500, getting some interviews today, hearing from drivers, hearing from track officials, talking about that upcoming race, and we are certainly excited for that. And we'll be bringing you some of those interviews throughout the day. In fact, it looks like right now we're hearing from Christopher Bell, NASCAR driver there, who is speaking right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Yeah, we definitely let the individuals play the game, and we didn't want to be the one that screwed up their chances of making some money. We were paired up with a partner, so they got the winnings. You know, a lot of it is just being in position, which we've done a really good job of. Even last
Oh, we may be having some issues with our feed there as we are trying to hear from Christopher Bell. Going to give it a chance, give it a minute there, and see if it clears up. Meanwhile, you can let us know if you are fired up for the Daytona 500. It is the Super Bowl of NASCAR racing, and it begins this week. So it looks like we're having trouble with that feed right now. We will try to get you back there if that clears up. Sorry, we were only able to hear a couple of minutes of it, but we are watching the forecast closely for the Daytona 500. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now, and Brooks, things are getting underway at Daytona.
They are.
Speed Week's underway. It's media day for the Daytona 500, and we're just really watching that forecast.
I know. I feel this like unfair pressure, as if it's somehow my fault that there's rain possibly happening on Sunday. You
should feel that pressure, yeah.
I feel it fully on my shoulders. Let's get to the forecast, shall we? It's all your fault, weather guy. It's true. We get a lot of that, but if only we could control the weather. 60 degrees, the current temperature at Daytona Beach. We've got variably cloudy skies. There's a little disturbance rolling through the southeast today, and that's going to produce times of clouds. And it looks like a little bit of sunshine breaking out before sunset today. Now, radar is going to show a couple of showers, but this is evaporating before reaching the ground. And it's called Virga, V-I-R-G-A. That's the Latin name for it. You can see it falling in some cases, but it never reaches the ground. The air is just too dry. Tomorrow, though, we're going to see the sprinkles developing and continuing as the front itself comes a little bit closer, and that'll moisten up the air and produce a little bit more shower activity. But we got a 10% chance there just to cover the forecast in case there's a random sprinkle that pops up. It is Florida after all. We'll see about 75 by 2 and up to 77 for a high today before we cool things down this evening into the 60s. Another pleasant day. Temperatures running a couple of degrees warmer than normal. Our typical high 74 degrees. We're going to top out at 77 in Winter Haven, 76 degrees in the Villages, and a little cooler at the coast by a degree or so, about 74 at Daytona Beach. So let's talk about the forecast tonight. Is night one of Speed Weeks at Daytona, leading up to the 500 on Sunday. It's the qualifying. And so this is going to be the one that determines who gets the pole position during the big race on Sunday. And conditions look to be great with 60s this evening, no rain in the forecast. For tomorrow, about a 10% chance of a sprinkle. We got a lot of races leading up to the main event, obviously, on Sunday. But look at Sunday, a 50% chance. But at least it'll be warm with mid-70s to around 80 degrees. So we have that to look forward to. So here's what's going on. We've got a system right now located in California. It's going to make its way across the country. Now, it's 5 days away. And with this kind of a system, there's uncertainty as far as its forward speed. And I don't mean a lot of uncertainty. I'm talking like micro uncertainty. So is it moving forward at 20 miles an hour or 21 miles per hour? 19 miles an hour or 20? So that little tiny change, almost indiscernible, can represent the difference between an arrival time of 12 hours in either direction. So right now the models are suggesting the rain on Sunday moving in will happen primarily after the race. That is that main line of storms, which is good news. The race starts at 2:30. Maybe they'll have this thing wrapped up before the rain really pushes in. The problem with a system like this is that out ahead of that main line of rain, especially on the coast, you can get showers developing. So it's not even associated with the cold front. It's just like feeder showers heading into the low pressure. So that could wet the track, and a wet track means delays because they have jet dryers. They have to keep the track dry for the race to happen. Now, in the last 67 Daytona 500s, this is the 68th running of it, there have been 12, a dozen that have been rain impacted, whether it's delayed postponed, shortened. We've had 2 in a row, 2024, 2025. Will we do it again this year? Time will tell, but that would be something. So it's a possibility. By the way, with the storms coming through Sunday evening and Sunday night, they could be gusty with winds of 40 to 50, not severe, but occasional lightning strikes. There's very little low-level heat and moisture at the time to really produce surface-based big severe thunderstorms, but there's enough instability aloft that we could get a couple of big wind gusts and some lightning. So let's talk 7-day forecast. Mid-70s next several days. Just a cover your tail kind of a forecast with the chance for rain, Garrett, with a 20% chance. It's really difficult on a southeast flow this time of year not to totally rule out the chance for rain, but it's statistically unlikely straight through Saturday, Valentine's Day. If you get a shower, buy a lottery ticket. 79 degrees on Saturday, 81 on Sunday. Sunday's the big race, and crossing fingers, the rain holds off until after it's done. President's Day looks decent with about a 20% chance for rain. Long-range forecast, not to change the subject, but as we head into the last week of February, we may be seeing upper 80s to around 90 in parts of our viewing area here in Central Florida.
That's quite the warm-up. I mean, even this week, mostly looking above normal.
Right, absolutely. Even if it's by several degrees, and it's such a complete polar opposite of what we had last week with those hard freezes. And it's remarkable looking at just driving around all the dead palm trees. Cocoa palms that people plant here to be ornamental. They really can't live through a freeze, and a lot of them died, especially the ones in northern Brevard County that were planted along the coastline. They got down to like 25 degrees as far south as Melbourne. So that did a lot of damage to the foxtail palms. So anyway, we have this tropical landscaping that's at best challenged, at worst dead, and then this really warm weather. So it's kind of a weird juxtaposition, but it is what it is. It's the extremes of Florida weather. Who says Florida doesn't get winter, right?
Right. We've experienced it all, that's for sure. Yep. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
All right, it looks like our feed may have cleared up just a little bit. Let's listen in as Brad Keselowski speaks to the media on this Daytona 500 Media Day.
500, and I don't want to miss that. Yeah, I mean, there was about 4 or 5 weeks ago where I couldn't even stand up. So there was a few moments where not only did racing look kind of out of the picture, but just returning to a normal life seemed in question or in doubt. So very thankful to be here. Yeah, you get into a certain spot in your career, and I don't want to say you take it for granted, but you definitely lose perspective of what it means to get to be a race car driver at the top level, elite level. And certainly very calibrating and humbling moment. Y'all are quiet. I don't know if it'll change much in the duel. I think you might see some of the guys that are locked in race a little differently. But honestly, I don't know. I do know that the two duels are usually opposites of each other. One's usually a wreck fest and one's a snooze fest. So I don't suspect that'll change. I just love coming to Florida. It's cold everywhere else. It's nice here. Big race. Great way to get our season started off. And, our partners are excited. Our fans are excited. Our team's got, kind of that first day of school vibes. They got all their new gear and, everybody, you see the new faces and new places. It's an interesting and fun time. Terrific. I think it's a marquee event in all of sports, the Daytona 500. Our fans and the community recognize that. When they're engaged, when they're excited, it's good for us. It makes us feel good about what we're doing. And it makes me proud to get to run the race. Yeah, I feel like my car is going to be really fast. There are a lot of circumstances you can't control. At some point, this is just shots on goal. And I've had some races where I feel like I've just executed at a very high level and didn't happen. And I feel confident if I keep putting shots on goal that I'll get something out of it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, sorry, I have my hockey coming out. SOG, isn't that what they call it? Yeah. Well, good. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
So we are counting down to the green flag of the Daytona 500 on this media day and the start of Speed Weeks. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to Capitol Hill here, where the Democratic ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, Jamie Raskin from Maryland, having the chance right now to ask some questions of Pam Bondi, the Attorney General of the United States, former Florida Attorney General as well, who is testifying this morning. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked, and they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn, but he wants $10 billion. Now, but I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to settle that $10 billion case or any of the other claims that the president has made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal from people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
I'm not going to discuss pending litigation.
Okay, so theoretically you're saying because his privacy rights were violated in that tax case, and they were. I'm with the president on that. I mean, his Mar-a-Lago thing is ridiculous, but there's no doubt that his tax returns, despite the fact that he promised to release them, despite the fact that every other president released the tax returns, he suffered embarrassment when it showed that he hadn't paid taxes for several years, and he had a right for that not to happen. Now, I want to turn back to the Epstein survivors, because President Trump may have been a little bit embarrassed by the release of those tax returns. How much do you think the claims of these survivors are worth? As the good congressman from Kentucky just pointed out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names. That determination was represented to people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their phone numbers, their addresses, personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion theoretically from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you don't, do you?
I'm going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
You're obsessed with Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my time
Mulligan will be
restored. I'd like my time restored.
In your district. In your district, and you don't even know about it, about keeping children safe from online predators.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. The gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this. Because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes, and so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to answer?
Excuse me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second restored too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question, and you answer it, and if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics, or you start talking about stuff going on in our district, and by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today, okay? So, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule at this point. Now, here's what I want to ask you. You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds of evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than 1,000 like them? The DOJ is not doing its job. Will you create a task force with state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
Gentlelady can respond if she wants to.
Thank you, Chairman. He called Chase Mulligan a wild goose chase and didn't even know who he was. He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he was.
Mr. Chairman, she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing you.
Shame on you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. I would remind the committee that last Congress, Secretary Mayorkas was here numerous times, and he wouldn't answer our questions, even when we sent them to him ahead of time in writing. So that's what we've had to deal with. I think the Attorney General is doing just fine. We have votes shortly. I will go to the gentleman from Virginia, and then we will take a break to head to the floor.
I thank the Chairman, Attorney General Bondi. Thank you for being here. And I wanted to thank you for your work at DOJ in restoring the rule of law, encouraging transparency surrounding Jack Smith's partisan investigations into President Trump, declassifying information about the Russia collusion hoax, cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions, and establishing the National Fraud Enforcement Division. Let me first go to securing the border and immigration enforcement. Our new governor has recently rescinded 287G cooperation between the state and ICE. Can you talk about, have you evaluated the public safety impact, how that would affect safety in Virginia to withdraw that support, and what that would do to criminal activity involving illegal immigrants in Virginia?
Yes, it would be detrimental. And as you know, Congressman, one of the top members of MS-13 in the entire country was living in Virginia, in a suburb, among all of us, living not even probably half an hour away from where we are now. And the cooperation previously with the governor, with the members of the state of Virginia, helped catch him and take him off our streets. an illegal MS-13. One of the heads for the entire country was living in Virginia, and it's a shame that that's happening now, and thank you for bringing it, talking about it, because we're going to keep America safe. And when people feel like they can flee to these cities and states and be safe, they can't, because Donald Trump is going to protect Americans. We're going to protect the citizens there, whether or not the governors, the mayors are going to do it or not. But President Trump is. We're going to keep Americans safe from violent gang members like he's been doing this last year.
We appreciate that. We appreciate your work to make that happen in Virginia and keep Virginia safe. I want to move on to the Fraud Enforcement Division that you've established. My understanding is that this initiative is intended to centralize, coordinate enforcement of fraud laws related to government programs. You've talked about Minnesota, you've talked about California. Would this affect Virginia as well? Because we have fraud in Virginia as well.
Absolutely, and we look forward to working with you.
Would this affect things like long-term care accountability, senior living facilities engaged in Medicaid fraud, including systemic overbilling practices and the misappropriation of taxpayer-funded benefits?
That is exactly what it's set up to help.
Okay. I know that whether it was related to fraud specifically or another subject, that under the Biden administration, there was a sitting member of the Virginia General Assembly under investigation. Is that investigation still ongoing? Can you speak to that?
I can't discuss that.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding Americans. Last year, President Trump signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law, which included the Hearing Protection Act, part of it that was sponsored by myself and Congressman Clyde. It reduced the national firearms tax, $200 tax on suppressors and short-barreled firearms, to zero. And while the tax has been eliminated, the NFA's registration and paperwork requirements remain in effect, and your DOJ has said that that would, even though the tax was reduced to zero, that the registration requirement is still somehow necessary, even though with regard to Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act, when that mandate was, when that tax penalty was reduced to zero, you decided that the mandate was no longer necessary. How are you justifying the existence of this registry?
Congressman, that's pending litigation right now.
It is, and I would hope
Yes,
you would
reconsider.
You would reconsider that. I yield back.
The gentleman yield? The gentleman
I yield to the chairman.
I think that Attorney General Bondi, why did Jack Smith have to pay some secret source $20,000 of taxpayer money? Do you know the answer to that?
I can't discuss anything on that matter, but that's a good question, Chairman Jordan.
Well said. It's a good question because he subpoenaed just about every Republican in this town, got half the Congress's phone numbers if you were a Republican. But he has to pay some secret source a bunch of taxpayer money. We'd like to know, the committee would like to know, how many other sources he paid? Was it more than $20,000? Why he had to do those things? We'd like to know, when you can, if you could get that information to the committee. I think when you think about the guy who was trying to put the President of the United States in prison, ridiculous as that whole thing was, we'd kind of like to know the answer to that if you could. And with that, we're going to stand in recess. We will go as quickly as we can and vote. We have 2 quick votes on the floor, and we'll be back. There is actually some lunch if you all need it. We have for our members, and since you're back here, you can have some. We normally have plenty.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll take a recess.
Before you gavel out, can I ask for unanimous consent to enter to a record the article entitled Inside Trump's DOJ, dated October 16, 2020.
Without objection, we stand in recess.
That hearing, House Judiciary Committee going into recess right now. We are also going to go into recess, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Looking at Jimmy Johnson, 7-time NASCAR champion. Let's go ahead and listen in as he's speaking on this Daytona 500 Media Day.
Through a lot of conversations with Mr. Hendrick and some misbehaving between Chad and myself, there's a huge shift in how the 48 team was going to operate. And we talked about it, and then we came here and Chad had his problem and was dismissed, and we were forced to live it. And when I look back in how we won our first championship and then our 7 championships, the challenge we were put under that weekend fortified, a lot of talk and a lot of like, hey, this is what we should do. And we did it. And then that gave us the belief to lean further into it, and we just kept making it better and better over time. So that's a really pivotal moment in the history of the 48 car. I do. The first time, there's nothing like the first. And I probably had more real dreams about winning the Daytona 500 than winning a championship. The championship just seemed so far away. And so I had that component on top of one of my childhood friends, Casey Mears, finishing second. Chad's dismissal, the beatdown we took, through the 2 weeks of being here, or I guess probably a week, to really just stand there with the trophy and amongst all the criticism. There was many layers of emotion that went with it. And then it was the gift that kept on giving, because everywhere I went I had a title, and it really dawned on me just how significant that the Daytona 500 is. And that was pre-championship, so everywhere I went it was the Daytona 500 champion, and it was really special. Yeah, I love driving cars. I love racing cars. The butterflies, the week of a race, moments before the green flag flies, that buzz I can't let go of. And sure, I've slowed down, at the top tiers, but I'm still racing plenty of other vehicles and having a great time. And it's just a habit I can't give up. Oh yeah, still do. Especially when I ran 2 races last year, and I rock up here to run in the biggest race again, and sitting here with all the pros that are so dialed in, at the top level of stock car racing in the country. It brings a little anxiety around. Yeah. Let's see. I'm guessing I was maybe 21, 22, somewhere in there. Chevrolet was so kind to invite me to anything and everything. They'd get me in the door, and then I just pass out business cards to try to meet sponsors and teams. And I came here for a big event that Chevy had going on, and stayed with Ron Hornaday in a little condo down on the beach. He was driving for Earnhardt at the time, and met a lot of people by being escorted around with Hornaday and the folks at Chevy. I think it had to be like 96, 97, somewhere in there. Thanks.
Jimmy Johnson wrapping up, speaking with reporters there. I want to get you live now to the floor of the State Senate in Tallahassee, where there is a debate right now on SB 7040. It is a bill that would essentially re-up the emergency fund within the governor's office. And there was a lot of debate on this bill when it was in committee about the governor's use of it for immigration enforcement and declaring that as an emergency. and their qualms about that. So let's go ahead and listen in as debate on this bill now takes the Senate floor in Tallahassee. Does look like they are discussing an amendment to this bill right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Remember, so I want to start where I believe most of us agree, and that is that the governor deserves flexibility. He or she, no matter the administration, deserves the flexibility to act swiftly in true emergencies. Hurricanes, natural disasters, and imminent threats require immediate executive action. But because emergency authority does not require legislative approval, transparency and accountability become even more important when the authority is extended over a period of time. And as that's what we're looking at right now. This amendment that Senator Berman just put forth, personally, I do not believe that it weakens the emergency response. What I believe this does, it gives us the opportunity to make sure that we are holding accountable whoever the leader is of how they are spending taxpayers' money. This does not weaken this legislation at all. As a matter of fact, personally, I believe that we, as the responsible fiduciaries of taxpayer dollars, I think the best thing for us to do is to put guardrails in place to ensure that dollars that are appropriated, that these taxpayers who are sitting in these galleries, that they are very aware of where their money is being spent and that it's not being spent frivolously. So I hope that we can pass this amendment, add this amendment, not to weaken the legislation, but to strengthen it, to make sure we're doing right by taxpayers' money.
Additional debate. Senator Polsky in debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're spending an awful lot of money going around the state, examining local governments' budgets and doging them. It turns out that every local government that has been investigated seems to overspend by hundreds of millions of dollars. So if we're going through that exercise, spending a lot of money to do it, by the way, disrupting a lot of local governments, why don't we do it with ourselves? We are letting billions of dollars go unchecked. Put aside our policy differences on the immigration emergency order. I know every single person in this chamber agrees with me that we need to have a handle on this money. I want to vote for this fund. I did the last time. We all did. We voted for Burgess's bill, whoever was here. It was unanimous and bipartisan. Let's make this legislation that we're voting on today unanimous and bipartisan by putting on appropriate guardrails. We are not getting rid of the fund. We are not affecting the flexibility. But this is the perfect balance that we always try to seek in the government, right? Between financial accountability, transparency, and doing right by our constituents, having the money available in a true emergency. It should not be a political cudgel. It should not be a tool. It should not be a talking point for a presidential nomination. It is our constituents. It is our money. It is taxpayer money. So we need to have a handle on it. Let's doge ourselves. Let's pass this amendment because this is fair and balanced and you know it. Please let's vote this amendment in, then we can all vote unanimously, I believe, for the fund. Thank you.
Senator Pizzo in debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know how many times you have to extend an emergency until it's not really an emergency anymore. It's really just an experiment, and it becomes the norm. Very simply, there should be subrogation language, so to speak, in 252, and there isn't. And I think that the director was pretty clear the other day in appropriations when he said, listen, you tell us what we're supposed to do with the money when we get reimbursed. You tell us what we're supposed to do with these funds. And we really haven't. The expectation was if Don Gates loans me $50 because I have an emergency and I promise I'll get him paid back because somebody else owes it for that, well, when I get reimbursed for the $50, I should give it back to Gates. I don't keep the $50 and then go spend it. In the last several LBC meetings and in sessions, we've given $4.77 billion to the Emergency Response Fund. But they've spent, on the bottom line, 6.5 because out of reimbursables that should go back to you, that go back to your insurance company when you collect from somebody else, or your bank if you collect from somebody else, our constituents have to pay back when a third party intervenes. Instead, they've taken an extra $1.8 billion that they've been reimbursed from the money we loaned them and gave them and kept it. Which takes out of our control, out of our purview, with what the statute's pretty clear about, is our control, is our decision. I'm not even speaking to or characterizing or even classifying any of the expenditures, whether it's $573 million on immigration or $4.5 million for Haiti relief or 1 point whatever to get Americans out of Israel. I'm not even making a characterization. I know I'm just going back to what the law is. And the law is we are the ones who extend funds on an emergency basis. And once you receive money from a third party, which are constituents, you remember during COVID with the $50 million loan fund, right? $50,000 per small business. We were oversubscribed by 8,000 companies within a day. We loaned out to 1,000. The money had to come back to us. A condition of that loan was that when PPP money was given, those small businesses in Florida and our constituents had to pay it back. Why don't they? This is really simple. And because it's not specific to what I asked Senator Burgess, and he did it in good faith, and he meant very well with SB 96 and SB 98, some of you may recall in appropriations, I said, can you give me an example of what an emergency might be? He's like, well, there could be a few. And I said, how about a hurricane? Yes. How about a massive fire? Yes. How about immigration? He said, well, I don't know. People would have to get together and make that determination, but as of right now, no. Slow motion, we saw the writing on the wall, it was. So this is really simple. If we give out $500 million a year, and the person and the entity we give $500 million to a year gets $200 million back, that's not theirs. It's the people of the state of Florida's money who have elected us to decide and determine what is a valid, real, and responsible expense on their behalf for their emergency. I'm sorry we're in this position where we have to be accounting, but this is why Senator Burgess, I'm sure, will remember, that Senator Brandis and I said, we will fight tooth and nail to make sure it's not $1 billion. If you bring it down to $500 million, we'll all vote for the bill, 34-4 vote in the Senate. And I voted for it. So did Senator Berman, and so did Senator Polsky. Senator Broder and Senator Rousseau were excused that day from session. That's it. It's an accounting measure, and this is what the people want. Doesn't matter about party, doesn't matter about person or personality. It's are we being good fiduciary stewards of their money, and we have not been.
Additional debate. Senator Smith in debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, it is very important that we have guardrails in this emergency response fund. I do not believe that the guardrails that we have in this fund currently as written and as presented are sufficient. I don't think the guardrails really exist. We had a conversation in appropriations recently where the question was asked, do you believe that the appropriate guardrails are in place to curb excessive spending? And the response was, well, the Florida legislature now is required to receive a report from the executive branch that details what this emergency spending has been over the years so that we can actually see and have the oversight. Of course, that's been after the fact. We just learned recently, based on that report that was just published in the last week to the Florida legislature, that in the 6 months after we sine died last year from the regular session, which we all know was a long one, we were here for a long time, that in one 6-month period, $405 million was spent out of the emergency response fund. This happened very quickly in a condensed period of time. Some of the details around what the emergency spending is for a state of emergency, as we understand it, in the state of Florida includes $2,100 of spending at Pedro's Tacos and Tequila here in Tallahassee. $1,199.70 at Bumpa's Sports Bar, $1,366 at Liberty Bar and Restaurant, one of my favorites, the steak frites, delicious. Our money intended to be spent as part of a state of emergency response. I know these are small figures. There's larger figures that I'm fundamentally concerned about. I'm concerned that even outside of that 6 months, that $573 million of our money paid by taxpayers, which has not been reimbursed by the federal government, was spent on this extreme immigration deportation regime that has terrorized our communities, that has not operated as it was billed to be targeting the worst of the worst violent criminals. And because it was under a state of emergency and we do not have guardrails, which Leader Berman is trying very diligently in this amendment to try to enact, we not only had spending that, in my opinion, and the opinion of the constituents who elected me, was not being spent on a true emergency like a hurricane or a natural disaster, that it was being spent for political reasons at inflated costs. Inflated costs. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars from this emergency response fund specifically on the so-called Everglades detention camp, or the so-called alligator Alcatraz. On paper, it's the South Florida Detention Center. And what we know about the detainees who are held there with the funding from this emergency response fund is that 1 in 4 has what ICE considers a criminal conviction. This is not what we were told was going to happen with our taxpayer money. And at such an inflated cost, by the way. I read to you the bar tabs that are being run up with taxpayer money for an emergency, but that doesn't even skim the surface. I see that according to the report that we just received, that a company called Duty Calls has provided $93 million worth of porta potties on the Everglades swamp. That's a lot of porta potties with our money that should not have been spent. I met with a group of students earlier today who very humbly asked for $90 million to fund the state college system that is needed. It is needed to fund their education, the programs that will help them succeed. We've already spent $93 million on porta potties that did not need to be spent. So, senators, I rise in support of Leader Berman's amendment because I don't think that this is necessarily the only guardrail that is needed. There is much more that is needed. We need to put a cap on the number of renewals on these so-called states of emergency. We need to rein in the spending to make sure that there aren't no-bid contracts that are issued for $93 million to duty calls. I use that as an example of the absurdity and the excessive spending that we're seeing in what has become an emergency slush fund that should not be authorized with our dollars. So I applaud Leader Berman for bringing this amendment forward and trying to bring some of the necessary guardrails we need to be responsible stewards of taxpayer money. Thank you, senators.
Additional debate. Senator Hooper.
Like, we're talking about a lot of issues that have no meaning to this amendment whatsoever. I believe Senator Bergman's amendment clearly states that should the governor try to extend an emergency time, the LBC must approve that. And I think that's all her amendment says. It doesn't say a word about porta potties, Pepe's Bar and Grill, whoever. That's not part of the discussion today. In January of this year, which was last month, an entire series of transparency requirements were put in place to deal with.
Debate continuing right now about the emergency response fund within the office of the governor. Some of the pushback from Democratic lawmakers you heard from State Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, who was speaking just moments ago about some of his concerns. Democrats putting this amendment that they say would attach some guardrails to the use of that response fund, because we know they have been upset by some of the uses of it, including for immigration enforcement. And we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll keep monitoring this debate in Tallahassee, so keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Hey, baseball fans, spring training is here. Such a fun time of year. Just hope springs eternal. It's just a great time of year, and you love that we get to have front row seat to spring training here with the Grapefruit League in Florida. We are certainly lucky about that. And today we are taking a look at a couple of our local teams, the Marlins and the Rays, and previewing their seasons. And so we're going to start by taking a look at the Tampa Bay Rays. We are pleased to be joined this afternoon by Alex Murphy, co-founder of the Raise the Roof podcast, who joins us live now via Zoom. And Alex, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. I really appreciate it.
All right, Alex, so there's been a lot of talk about off-the-field things with the Rays. It's kind of nice now to be able to actually talk about some of the on-the-field stuff now that pitchers and catchers reporting and getting ready for spring training baseball. So what to you are the big storylines for this team after a busy offseason for the Rays?
Yeah, that's honestly a really good question. I mean, when you look at the entirety of this team, there's a lot of interesting things that I think are going to play out in spring training. Some of the stuff that I'm going to definitely watch out for is, for those that didn't see, Brandon Lau was traded in the offseason. It was a big trade, 3-team deal with the Rays, Pirates, and Astros. So what ended up happening with that was that the Rays got Jacob Melton back, a big piece in the outfield. But with that, the middle infield then became a question mark. So what the Rays ended up doing instead was they eventually traded Josh Lowe to the Angels, and they got back Gavin Lux as part of that. So right now, the expected people up the middle are Taylor Walls, who manned the position last year. Carson Williams came in a little bit late, and then Lux at second. They just got Ben Williamson in a 3-team deal with the Mariners and the Cardinals as well. So something to look out for there. And then some potential people, I already mentioned Carson Williams. He might be someone who gets extended playing time. He might start the year out in Durham. It's kind of unknown as to what his role will look like. But I think that's an important one. I don't know if you want me to talk more about the outfield or where you want me to look at in terms of the grand scheme of things.
Let's zero in on that shortstop position for a second here, because, what does that mean for there to be a potential competition for that shortstop spot heading into spring training here?
Yeah, I think it's an important one to look at because not naming names of people who have been in the shortstop position previously, but the whole situation that has happened there in recent years has kind of caused quite a bit of chaos with the Rays, and that's allowed Taylor Walls to essentially keep the position for the last couple of years as the starter. Carson has been the guy who's been waiting in the wings. He was a first-round pick back in 21. He's been waiting in the wings to get to this point now. He had extended time in Durham last year, struggled a bit at the start. The whiff rate is really high on him. But again, that raw power and the defense is what's really shown that he can be, a potential really, really good player in the big league. So the competition, I think, is going to be really tough to see whether the Rays will give Williams that position to start the season out, if they go with Walls or if they go with a platoon of the two. I don't know where their confidence level is at with Carson because he did play. He got a cup of coffee in the big leagues last year. Was exciting, but also, again, the whiff rate was really high, so I don't really know what's going to happen. But in the grand scheme of things, I would side more towards them putting Carson in AAA to start the season out, going with Walls as the starter, and then when Carson they feel like is fully ready, then they'll go with him and see where things go from there.
I want to talk about Junior Caminero because we have seen glimpses of his potential star power. I mean, he could be something special. What do you expect from him, and what do the Rays need from him this year?
Yeah, it's a really good point. If you look at what Junior did last year, I mean, 45 homers, 100-plus RBI. I think he got up to 110. He was a homer short of Carlos Pena's single-season record for the Rays. And probably had a chance to do it, just came up a couple, one homer short at the end of the day. Knowing where the offense is at right now, not with Lau not being there, Yandy or Aranda coming off of his injury, looking strong at the end of the season, Yandy looking really strong, but no one knows exactly what's going to happen with that from a Rays perspective. He might end up getting moved in the middle of the season. He might stay with the team for the entire season, so that kind of changes what kind of power you have with that. But Junior's going to be the key piece of this team. He's going to be the key piece power-wise. His defense has looked really, really good in recent years, or I guess last season, his defense improved over the course of the season. But the offense is really what the Rays are going to need out of him. So if they can find a way to, or if he can find a way to replicate something of what he did last year, it really depends on what that is. But I mean, 35 and 100, if he puts up something like that, I know 45 and 110 is a big ask, but somewhere around 35 and 100, that would be a big, big thing for the Rays. And if he hits around 270, that's a plus.
Now, Shane McClanahan, we love cheering for Shane. He's a Cape Coral High School alum, a University of South Florida alum, trying to return from injury. What do we know about where things stand with him, and what are we hoping to see from him this season?
Yeah, so Shane is coming off of injury, as everyone knows. He didn't end up pitching in the big leagues last year. He was still recovering. He ended up having a setback and just not pitching the rest of the year. The Rays, would rather, especially with an arm like him, an all-star arm, someone who started in the all-star game, a Cy Young caliber pitcher when he's at his best. They were not trying to allow him to potentially get re-injured again. So him being re-injured as it was, they just let him kind of rehab through the offseason. It seems like he's back into a normal pitching program going into spring training. Hopefully everything works out in that regard. But if he is all good, he's definitely going to most likely be the opening day starter. On top of that point, he's probably going to be your number one pitcher, unless they just don't feel like at the moment, whenever he makes it to the big league or whenever he makes it back to the big leagues, which has been several years at this point, which is kind of wild to think about. But if that all happens, maybe they move Drew Rasmussen up to the number one instead of him and let him kind of work his way through. But I would assume that how they're going to do things, it's going to be Shane as the number one, and then Drew and Pep Ryan Pepio are going to be the 2 and the 3. And that'll kind of be the big 3 for the Rays. So right now it's just a normal throwing routine. He's posted a lot of videos on Instagram. I know that in the first couple of days of spring training, or I guess of spring workouts and all that stuff, he's already been doing some throwing routines and things of that nature. So I assume that his ramp up is already starting to get ready for spring training games coming up. So hopefully we'll see him soon. And hopefully everything goes well, because I know that it's definitely been a long time coming for Rays fans to finally watch him back on the mound at the big league level.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Now, and with the addition of Nick Martinez this week, we know that there is pretty good depth within this pitching staff for the team.
That is very true. Yeah, so Nick Martinez is probably going to factor in as like a 4 or a 5. It's going to be between him and Steven Matz, who the Rays also signed. I believe it was like a 2-year, $15 million deal, something along those lines. The Martinez deal, I believe, was $9 million guaranteed, then a $4 million buyout. So $13 million he's going to get regardless. If they give him a 27 option, I think it was like a mutual option, it's 20 mil. So if he accepts that, then he's going to get that. But as of right now, it's going to be 9 off the jump, and then the 4 if they end up doing the buyout, which it could very well happen. So those are probably going to be the 2 guys that you're going to see at the back end of the rotation, which I think makes for a really strong rotation. If you look at Zip's projections for the Rays, all 5 guys are expected to have well over 100 innings pitched. All of them are projected to have F-WARs, so Fangraphs WARs, around or above 2. So if you can get that for all of your pitchers, that's really impressive, 1 through 5. But again, if Shane's not healthy, then you have to think, okay, what's going to happen? Someone like Joe Boyle or Ian Seymour, who will probably, even so, this year in spring training, will be competing for the number 5 spot. Both of those guys pitched in the big leagues last year and showed some really, really good signs on the mound. So one of those guys could definitely, or will probably factor in as one of those guys in the 5. But yeah, 1 through 5, I think the rotation is really, there's a lot of depth, which is good for this team.
Last thing here, Alex, and we know the Rays going to be back in the Trop this year, and I'm just curious what you think. What your expectations are for this team, what you think we will see from the Rays back at home this year.
Yeah, so with the Trop being back, first off, that's fantastic for the Rays. It's the new ownership group, Patrick Zalipsky and company, have done a really good job at making sure that they prioritize this return to the Trop as much as possible, which has been great to see. It seems like the fans are really embracing it. They're going to have their block party coming up this weekend, their fan fest. There's going to be plenty of players out. The ownership is going to be out. So all that should be a really, really good time. That'll kind of be a good gauge to see what's going to be happening excitement-wise and everything of that nature going into the season. Personally, with this team, looking at how stacked the AL East is, because all teams there have made moves and or have really good players that are already in their lineups and their organizations and rosters. They're probably going to be competing for last place, just because I know that they made pieces, or they added pieces that are big league ready, and pieces that can contribute. But at the grand scheme of things, there's still a lot of question marks for this team. I think a lot more question marks than other teams. And just knowing how deep the rest of the division is. The Blue Jays were a couple outs away from winning the World Series last year. The Yankees are a perennial division favorite. The Red Sox have made some big moves. The Orioles signed Pete Alonso and company. So it's going to be tough for them to find a way. I think at best, they sneak into like a wild card 3 spot. But realistically, I think they're going to be in that 4th, 5th place zone. But hoping, for better things this year. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, they in that division, they certainly have their work cut out for them, that's for sure. Alex Murphy, co-founder of the Raise the Roof podcast. We appreciate you joining us. Thanks for talking Rays baseball with us, and we'd love to have you back on again sometime.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. Let me get you back to Tallahassee right now, where we're hearing more debate. That amendment that we were listening in to some of the debate on the emergency response fund bill, that amendment did fail. That was an amendment that put some limits on the use of the fund. That was sponsored by a Democratic Senator, Lori Berman, who's actually the Democratic leader. We are continuing to hear some debate on this bill and the use of the emergency response fund. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
About the real deal. We had something in place, money was spent, and for me, this is not about immigration or any position around that. It's just about being accountable as a legislator. And when decisions are made on behalf of the legislator and we don't have an opportunity to at least express one way or the other to vote up or down, it puts me personally in a position that I'm being held accountable for something that I wasn't given an opportunity to give input to. And I think a lot of our conversation today is the only opportunity to have this conversation alive and be able to go back home. Senator Pizzo brought up some very, very interesting points. It is difficult to come here and do your job and go back to a community with dire needs, and then they lay out the data and the discrepancy of the different things that happen as to the way we fund some things and don't fund some other things. So we're having this conversation around this bill, and I think it's a live conversation that we need to have. I certainly don't think the governor needs permission every time he wants to spend money, or she. But I'm so glad that we're able to have this conversation. And I hear, all the chatter. I sat and I listened at everybody respectively. And I always do. And when I have my opportunity, I'm going to speak. And I'm going to ask very kindly that you give me the same grace. I think that a lot of what's been shared today we needed to say it so we can say it out loud. But I do think that we need to find a way that we can address policies in a fair way and it not always end up dividing us in a sense when we're all trying to do what we need to do to take care of the people that we serve. Thank you.
Senator Jones in debate.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Members, $573 million. And in the analysis, over the course since 2022 to December 2025, we have spent $4.77 billion. $573 million that we're waiting to figure out what the federal government is going to do, whether they're going to give it back to us, and $4.77 billion of a slush fund that has been used not on our constituents. I use a theme quite often in talking about our priorities, and I wrote it down so I don't forget. Show me where you put your money, and I will show you your priorities. Show me where you put your money, and I will show you your priorities. Our priorities in every last one of our districts are our constituents. Senator Pizzo was very eloquent in saying something, and I agree with him. Because of how monies are distributed within our districts, unfortunately, it do comes with how you portray yourself on the floor, whether or not you vote for this. That's not how you all roll. But by the time it get downstairs, our stuff get vetoed. For what? For politics. And I can tell you, in my district, we've asked multiple times for millions of dollars for infrastructure, millions of dollars for the resources for my district to be able to thrive. Senator Berman's amendment that she had, all it asked for was guardrails, and truth be told, I understood what Senator Hooper was saying. But here's the one thing that I want us to be clear on, that when we have to go back home into our districts and have to explain to them that the reason why we cannot, or the state cannot contribute to helping fix X, Y, and Z, you fill in the blank, the excuse that we have to say is because Tallahassee is playing politics. And here, again, we are playing politics once again on something that is not even political. It doesn't even have to be. I mean, we all should be outraged though the fact that we don't know whether or not us and our constituents, who some of them are sitting in these in this gallery, I'm sure they want to know where that $573 million, whether we're going to get it back or not, the $4.77 billion that exists right now, why, how it was spent. Our constituents, they deserve to know the truth of how money is being spent. And again, my argument is not how the governor spends his money, this governor or the next governor. But our objective and our one thing that we should be responsible in doing is ensuring that the governor is responsible with these people's money. We should have passed that amendment. There was nothing political about that amendment. You know what it was? It would have allowed us to walk outside of this door to make sure that we can tell our constituents, matter of fact, we put guardrails to ensure that your money is being spent correctly. And we did not do that. So my no vote today is not because I don't believe that the governor or now or later should be able to spend money on emergency funds, so for emergency relief. That's not my no vote reason. My no vote reason is because we are not doing the people's money the right way when we don't put guardrails on how money is being spent. And I know we can do better than that. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Additional debate. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support the right of the governor to use emergency trust fund dollars to protect our state from hurricanes, natural disasters, and real emergencies. But that's not what we have seen. We don't have the appropriate guardrails on the emergency trust fund, and as a result, the spending has been off the rails. Remember, Senators, just a week after we sine died last year is when we discovered that the so-called Alligator Alcatraz detention camp, the South Florida Detention Center, was going to be built. We were here for 105 days, and they did not tell us that this was going to happen because it was an act of oversight avoidance. I do see the benefit of allowing for this emergency response fund to expire. The benefit that I see, because we have 7 days and the House has not acted, is that it gives us as a legislature the opportunity to start from scratch and rebuild this emergency response fund with all of the appropriate guardrails and oversight functions that are necessary. I was a member of the House in 2022 when the Emergency Response Fund was created. I voted against the creation of the fund. The reason I voted no in 2022 was because I feared that the response fund would be turned into a slush fund that would be abused and that would be leveraged for spending for political purposes and for political gain. I regret seeing that those fears have become reality. And if we allow for this emergency slush fund to be reauthorized again without these guardrails, my fear is that that will continue in even more excessive ways that will cost taxpayers dearly. Senators, I urge you to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Additional debate. Senator Polsky in debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to say I'm so disappointed.
We are continuing to listen into that debate. I want to get you back to the DOJ oversight hearing that's happening right now. It just resumed a couple of moments ago. Attorney General Bondi back testifying in some heated moments here with Joe Negusa, a Democrat from Colorado.
Very generous with allowing extra time when we have these little disputes.
I understand.
You got the time, Mr. Negusa?
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
I'd be happy
because
to answer some of your questions.
What's profound, the questions I've asked,
the crime in your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions. And the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith. When a member of Congress asks how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for dealing with fraud? That's something that's happened in this administration. First time. You talked about Penn. That happened with this Justice Department.
We're talking about this committee. Mr. Chairman, had you answered the question, had the Attorney General answered the question in that way, perhaps this hearing would have some modicum of resembling something that has typically been fairly conventional, an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice.
The gentleman's
that is
time
not
has expired. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, I want to express my gratitude to the President, you and your team for your continued efforts against extreme anti-energy policies taken by states and cities that serve only to increase costs on the American people. This is an issue of great concern for Congress as well as the consumers. At the behest of networks of non-governmental organizations and anti-growth activists, Democratic-controlled states and cities are enacting laws and pursuing coordinated lawsuits that would impose retroactive liability on energy producers for past global emissions based on speculative future climate change harms. The proponents of these plans call them climate superfund laws, but in reality, that is simply window dressing for taxes and fees imposed on consumers and businesses that don't even have a presence in these states or communities. But if you look at the billions of dollars they hope to gain from these efforts, the real goal here is to increase their already mismanaged state budgets by imposing fees on consumers and businesses in energy-producing states such as the state of Wyoming. I would describe this as the tobacco litigation on steroids. Vermont has enacted such a law, and another has recently gone into effect in New York. Similar laws are under consideration in a number of other states. Clearly, this problem is spreading. Would you agree that Congress has not authorized states to impose retroactive liability against energy producers and lawful carbon emissions?
Yes.
And would you also agree that protecting consumers is a core part of the DOJ's mission?
Absolutely.
Would you further agree that combating state policies that seek to hide and shift the true cost of programs like these onto consumers fits within your mission?
Yes.
So, Attorney General Bondi, fossil fuels are the foundation of the U.S. economy, and the recent winter storms underscored that gas, coal, and oil remain essential to grid reliability and heating our homes. Can you confirm that the DOJ is fully committed to using all available legal tools to stop these state and local level attacks on domestic energy production?
Congresswoman, we are committed to that, and so is the entire administration. We talk about that a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The president.
The DOJ oversight hearing continuing on Capitol Hill. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon on Fox Local and on YouTube. In our last half hour, we were talking Tampa Bay Rays. As spring training gets underway, let's talk some Miami Marlins and about the upcoming year for the Fish. Pleased to be joined this afternoon by Eli Sussman, who is the founder of Fish on First, joining us live now on Fox 35 News Plus. And Eli, we always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
It's a pleasure to be on. Fantastic milestone in the baseball calendar now that pitchers and catchers have reported.
It's one of the best phrases in all of sports, I think. Just nice to be kind of turning a new page and starting a new season. Now, as we start a new season in Miami, what are some of the biggest storylines that we're watching for the Marlins?
There's actually one off the field storyline that sticks out already, that for years the Marlins have been working on renovating their spring training facility that they've shared with the St. Louis Cardinals for over 20 years. Not much has been done over that period of time. And finally, they were able to push through this very big project. Over $100 million total invested by several different parties in order to bring the tech up to the modern era of baseball. And that has resulted in improvements both in terms of the clubhouse facilities, all the technology behind the scenes, a bunch of amenities that weren't there previously, improvements to the ballpark itself and new seating arrangements at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium. So just seeing all that make its debut starting really today with coverage at the spring training facility, that's been pretty interesting. Outside of that, it's a team that has a good amount of continuity coming off of 2025, and a team that pretty quietly played very well the second half of 2025, almost sneaking themselves into playoff contention in a year where most people thought that they didn't have a chance. So it's a question of how much of that performance down the stretch of last season is sustainable heading into this year.
We know the Marlins have a number of players who are also going to be taking part in the World Baseball Classic this year. What does that mean for this team's preparations?
Quite a lot. It was a learning experience in 2023, the last time that they had the WBC, how much it is somewhat disruptive of spring training, but also it's a great opportunity for the players themselves to represent their countries, to raise their not only national profile, but international profile by competing over there. The Marlins have even more representatives this year than they had back in 2023. If I counted up correctly, it's 9 players in big league camp that are going to be representing 6 or 7 different countries, including their veteran leader, Sandy Alcantara, including their starting shortstop, Otto Lopez. And just now there's a report about how Team USA is still looking to fill out one last outfield spot in the aftermath of an injury, and that Kyle Stowers, who was the Marlins All-Star last year, is one of those guys under consideration potentially for that last emergency spot. So that'd be great. In my opinion, it's the more the merrier that can have that opportunity to play real meaningful baseball at a time when otherwise we're just going through exhibition games.
Any position battles we need to be watching during Marlins camp?
It would start with the starting rotation because the Marlins traded away 2 of their established starters in January. Edward Cabrera to the Cubs. They traded Ryan Weathers to the Yankees. So that leaves voids in the rotation where it's Sandy up top and Yuri Perez is locked in. They just signed Chris Paddock to a contract a couple days ago. He is almost certainly going to get one of those spots as well, but it's a 5-man rotation typically, and that leaves 2 spots where there are a whole lot of candidates, a couple coming back from injury like Braxton Garrett and Max Meyer. Both of them had significant surgeries last year, and then they're being pushed by these prospects, some of the top in the organization that are coming up from the minors and don't have any experience yet. But Thomas White and Robbie Snelling, both of them very talented left-handers, 21, 22 years old. But the quality of their stuff, their performance in the upper minors shows that they're just about ready. It's just a question of how soon the Marlins want to start the clock on them. So it's really 2 spots, and even beyond those guys, talking about 6 or 7 viable candidates, depending on how spring goes, depending on who actually stays healthy through the course of these next 6 weeks. It's going to be really fun to see who wins out. And then I should mention the third base position really sticks out. At this time last year, Connor Norby, heading into the year, Connor Norby was considered one of the rising faces of the team and a lock to be their everyday third baseman. Things did not go his way health-wise or performance-wise last year. Meanwhile, Graham Pauley was a nice story for them in 2025, especially the second half of the year. And it really seems to be a head-to-head battle between those two for third base. So I'm excited to see how that plays out between 2 guys that have very different skill sets, but a lot of potential if they do really put it all together.
What are the Marlins hoping to get from Christopher Morel at first?
That's interesting because the one aspect about his transition to first base is that he's never played the position before. He's played many other positions, including a lot of corner outfield just last year with the Rays. I think they're really thinking about more from an offensive perspective and the potential he has over there. He's just a couple of years removed from having a 26 home run season, which is more than any current Marlin has hit in any single season in their major league careers. That power upside is really tantalizing. Even when things weren't going all that well for him in 2025, you could still see it there. So it's about the bat first with him to show that he can offset his strikeout issues and some of his defensive struggles with being able to drive in runs like that. As you mentioned, first base is likely where he's going to, at least early in the year, get a lot of his playing time. But the Marlins do appreciate the fact that he has experiences all over the diamond in different spots, both in the outfield and across the infield as well, pretty much anywhere except for shortstop. So Morel is going to be a versatile piece for them, who is somebody that if he really turns things around, he's actually controllable for a couple more years beyond 2026. So that was a signing that I kind of liked, even though they're buying low on a player for sure.
Eli, last thing I will ask you here. You know, we always say spring training is the time that hope springs eternal. But what is the hope for the Marlins? What's the kind of realistic expectations for this team this year?
From the front office, they keep reiterating under Peter Bendix about trying to make the postseason every single year. And for a team that wasn't all that far away from it last year, sneaking in would be a big success. There were some underlying numbers that suggest this team might be due for some regression, that even coming off 79 wins are not necessarily a lock to take a step forward. And a lot of it is going to come down to these very young players, these prospects I mentioned, like Thomas White and Robbie Snelling. Whether or not they win a job out of camp, they're going to be very big, influential over the course of the year. There's Joe Mack as well, who's a catching prospect that they think very highly of, has no big league experience, but they believe he's going to be their catcher of the future starting in the next few months. And with rookies, they're so volatile. Like even some of the very best players that we know that are stars of the game now, they didn't necessarily have a smooth transition to the majors initially. And with that comes just these wide margins for error in terms of what this team could actually look like. There's a scenario where they take a significant step back, and there's a scenario where many of these guys make smooth transitions and immediately help the team win more games than they would have otherwise. So it's all things considered, I think from an outside perspective, we should expect a similar performance compared to last year, where they are chasing 500 and probably a little bit below. But the upside is there for them to get back to October for the first time in 3 years.
Fish on First founder Eli Sussman, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and talking some Marlins baseball with us.
Thanks so much.
And let's go ahead and take you now to Orlando, where head basketball coach Johnny Dawkins of the UCF Knights speaking to reporters right now. UCF coming off a loss to Cincinnati, going to be hosting West Virginia, the Mountaineers, this weekend. That's 6 o'clock on Saturday. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Need to be made, and there's some things you have to go through in order to become the team we want to become, and we're going through it now. You're going to face some adversity. I mean, I don't know what team ever goes through a season without it, and what do you do with that? How do you handle that adversity is what we have to look at doing, and that kind of determines kind of who are we. You know, when we go through this, we kind of find out who we are.
So you can just kind of touch on it. So did this bye week kind of come at a right time, especially for guys like Themis and other guys with bumps and bruises trying to get healthy?
You know, I said that's, you know, I think time will tell. I mean, I think our guys need to, you know, we need to go out there and perform. I mean, ultimately, that's the telltale sign of what's going on. I can't predict the future, but I think, you know, for our guys having this opportunity to, you know, kind of, you know, collect themselves, kind of, you know, if you got any bumps and bruises, things that need to be treated, you know, you got a week to be able to kind of work on those things. I don't think that's bad for our group at this time.
Coach, looking at film on West Virginia, what stands out the most to you about them?
Very well coached. I think they're a team that, you know, plays well together on both sides of the basketball. They know who they are. They play to their roles very well. And, of course, in a young player like Huff, you have one of the, you know, premier players in our league and one of the best shooters in our league and country.
Coach, what was it like watching Cincinnati after they had one of the worst three-point shooting performances as you did here in the Financial Arena, and then answering that with one of the best opposing three-point shooting performances in Ohio right there?
Well, I mean, you know, Cincinnati's very talented, very, very talented. I mean, I don't think there's a team when they're shooting the basketball well like that they can't beat in this country. I mean, they're a top 10 defensive team in the nation. So if you're shooting the ball and you're already a top 10 defensive team in the nation, you're pretty much going to have a chance to beat anybody you want to play against. So very talented team. Tough for us. Like I said, we didn't get off to a great start. I think we gave them some looks that we didn't want to give up. You know, we had some defensive lapses there on our end that contributed to some of the looks they got. But you give them credit. They did knock them down.
Coach, we always speak about the parity in the Big 12, and obviously you're focused on your games, but when Kansas, a team that you beats #1 Arizona, a team that you took down to the final minutes, does that kind of re-emphasize the idea that every game is going to be a dogfight in the Big 12, and it could really come down to the final game of the season for you guys?
No, absolutely. I mean, I would expect nothing less the way this league is positioned and the way these teams are competing. You know, there's a desperation amongst all of them, and that's what you want to see. I think it just brings out the best in everybody when everyone's coming out to competing at that level. And like you said, from top to bottom, that's just the way the league is. And so anyone's capable of winning in these games. And I think that's been, you know, bared out by how the season's gone, you know, for all the different, you know, opposing teams that we've played and when they're playing against each other as well.
New coaching staff at West Virginia. This will be the first matchup you guys in the regular season with them as well. Coach Hodge, what are his trademarks as a basketball coach? What do they like to do? What's kind of the trademark of a Mountaineer basketball?
I'm not really sure what their trademarks are. I don't really know him like that. But I know he's a terrific coach because he's in this league. He's had a lot of success or he wouldn't be here. You know, I just watch what I see right now from them. They defend very well, and they run offense very well. They're very organized at what they do. And that's something that, you know, I look at, you know, the trademark of programs. You know, how are you defensively? You know, offensively, do you execute? And I think they do that. They do well on both sides of the basketball.
Johnny, what are the keys for you guys coming out strong on Saturday?
Well, it'd be great to have a great crowd. I think that's always helpful. You know, the arena, like I said, has been so amazing for us, and I've seen how that's really helped our team over the years. And so continuing to come out and rally around the team, I think, like I said, they become our sixth man is great. Then it's on us to go out there and perform, for us to go out there and execute what our game plan will be and do it at the best level we can.
Coach, what was your message to the team after the Cincinnati game, and how have they acted upon it since you've gotten back?
Well, it's disappointing. You know, I mean, you can lose games, of course. I mean, this is tough profession, and these games are very, very, hotly contested. But, I'm always looking at us based on our standards, and I don't think we play up to our standards that night more so than the win or loss. We can win by 30, and I still may not like it. We can lose by, 15, 20, and I still may like, you know what, but we did some things that I wanted to see us do. So it's never about winning and losing for me. It's about the standards that we have in front of our young people and how we live up to them.
Last one. Johnny, I know your mind's focused on this upcoming game, but Big 12 announced today they're going to have these digital floors for the Big 12 basketball tournament. You guys played on them earlier before the season started. As an old school player, what's it like the idea of playing on a digital floor and having things that move around? That's the kind of thing.
Well, I've had to, grow as this profession has gone with technology. The AGS, the glass court it is really nice. We had the opportunity to take our players down there because we wanted to kind of get a change of scenery from practicing here during the summer. So, it'd be neat to go play there. You can, basically put on any court you want it to look like, and it'll be that court. And it really is like that. It's an ingenious idea to have the court to be able to do a lot of different things with it. And so I thought our guys, enjoyed it. I asked them afterwards for feedback because I was just curious. I said, hey, what'd you guys think? They said, you know what, we really liked it. It took us a second to get used to it. He said, but after that, it performed like, a wood floor would perform. And so that was good feedback. And so, and I know they wouldn't use this court, in the Big 12 tournament if they haven't done their due diligence. And they've probably, NBA spoke with them over in Europe, FIBA. I'm sure they've spoken with everyone just to find out, the quality of it, the durability of it, and making sure that our players are going to ultimately be safe when they play on it. And but it performed, for what I could see, and for what our players, gave me feedback on, that it performed like, a court that they're familiar with, like a wood floor.
Appreciate it.
All right, guys.
Head coach Johnny Dawkins speaking in Orlando. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in on Fox 35 News Plus. More fireworks on Capitol Hill as Attorney General Pam Bondi answering questions from Congresswoman Deborah Ross, a Democrat from North Carolina. Let's go ahead and listen back into this DOJ oversight hearing.
I identify her relative.
I absolutely
It's embarrassing.
have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing to help her family. Her family feels well treated. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by former Attorney General William P. Barr entitled, "Why Pam Bondi Didn't Publish All the Epstein Files in 30 Days." The answer is simple. It was not possible, from the Wall Street Journal.
Well said. Without objection, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam,
I'm sorry. May I respond 20 seconds to something that Congresswoman Ross said?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. She also opposed a sex offender registry as head of North Carolina ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. And I'd like to pick up where you left off a moment ago, because we convene here today as a committee for the stated purpose of conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. And so it's critical for us to focus first on the mission of the department and assess your success in discharging it. So the mission of the department is to enforce federal law, defend the rule of law, and protect the American people from violent crime, terrorism, drug trafficking, fraud, and exploitation, to promote public safety. And what we have heard today unequivocally is that President Trump's Department of Justice, under your leadership, Attorney General Bondi, is doing exactly that. Just a moment ago, you shared with us some incredible statistics that the United States, under your leadership, has achieved the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That in the first year of this administration, murder is down 21%, robbery is down 23%, carjacking down 43%, and gun assault down 22%. That is what public safety looks like. Under your leadership and that of President Trump, you've located more than 6,000 child victims of trafficking and exploitation, arrested 1,700 child predators, and apprehended more than 300 human traffickers. Significant increases. And those aren't just statistics. Those are precious lives that your department and the men and women of federal law enforcement have saved. Madam Attorney General, you've mentioned a couple of specific criminal trends during this hearing that I'd like to discuss with you further, because one of our important roles in Congress is making sure that our laws and our law enforcement stay ahead of predators as technology evolves. I lead legislation in the House, along with bipartisan co-sponsors on this committee, to make sextortion a clearly defined criminal offense. We actually passed that out of the House of Representatives. We have a bill to promote Operation Renewed Hope, to help rescue more child victims, and the Defiance Act to provide legal recourse to victims of deepfake AI intimate images. I would love to hear your perspective and what you are seeing related to these technology-based criminal trends, sextortion and AI deepfakes. What are you seeing at the Department of Justice, and why do you believe that efforts to combat these types of crimes are important?
Sextortion, and thank you for supporting that, Congresswoman. I think that was a bipartisan effort, actually. I think many of you on both sides of the aisle supported that. Thank you for that. You know, as a career prosecutor, it's horrible seeing that, and seeing that young women and often young boys have been exploited with sextortion. And I see, thank you, both sides of the aisle nodding on that. It's horrific. The suicide rates go up. And that's why we have to do everything in our power to protect not only young girls, adult women, boys and men from sextortion, because it is happening, and we're doing everything in our power, thanks to your legislation, all of you, to stop that.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about some of the Department of Justice programs like Project Safe Childhood and the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Forces, partnerships that bring together federal, state, and local law enforcement. Sometimes the work between those law enforcement groups together really creates some incredibly powerful outcomes and some great success stories. I know you, as Florida's Attorney General, had a tremendous amount of leadership in our state, trying to make sure we were taking care of children, also the elderly, protecting them from fraud, ending drug trafficking. Tell us a little bit about some of those departments within DOJ.
Yeah, when you talked about Project Safe Neighborhoods, we've done a lot of that in Florida when I was state AG, and actually back when I was a state prosecutor prior to being Attorney General. That is so important. I feel like what we've been doing in DC too, with the Take Back DC and Make DC Safe Again, is similar to that. Going into the neighborhoods, working with the community, seeing law enforcement officers out there playing basketball with kids who live in the neighborhood. It's pretty remarkable what we've seen firsthand. Citizens in Memphis saying that they appreciate, they can walk outdoors now and they feel safe. People coming up thanking law enforcement and working hand in hand with them. We will continue all of these programs and working jointly with both sides of the aisle to keep our families safe.
Thank you for that, Madam Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Gabbard from Mr. Warner and Mr. Himes, and a letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta, and a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make clear for the record, the reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentlemen, without objection, there's unanimous consent. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes, and the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected, and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers, and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay,
instead
I'm
of a
reclaiming my time. I'm asking
murder.
you not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what
does ties mean?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you
mean?
are saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean? Can
I
you
think
define that?
Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been
Time
exposed
belongs to the
in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace, and that's a good first start. And that.
More fireworks in the DOJ oversight hearing on Capitol Hill right now. Attorney General Pam Bondi sparring with a number of lawmakers throughout the afternoon as this hearing continues. We also just heard from President Trump on Truth Social talking about wrapping up his meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, saying it was a very good meeting. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour for Florida Live.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Want to let you know some of the things we've got coming up over this next hour. We are continuing to monitor what has been at times a fiery hearing on Capitol Hill as Attorney General Pam Bondi testifies in a DOJ oversight committee, so we'll check in on that. It is a Daytona 500 Media Day. We are out at the track talking with the drivers there. We are also monitoring the latest in the Nancy Guthrie case. We're going to be speaking with one of our law enforcement experts coming up in just a little bit. But we begin this afternoon by following up on a disturbing case out of Marion County where we have learned about a double homicide. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger has been tracking this story today. And Marie, thanks for joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live. What do we know about this situation in Ocala and what happened?
Police say that a man named Ralph Bacon killed his ex-wife, estranged wife, Nancy, and her 4-year-old daughter, Eden. This happened last night, and afterward, they say Ralph started driving north. They found him using license plate readers just past the border between Florida and Georgia. We do know that he, at least at some point, lived in Georgia. So we don't know where he was headed, but that's where he was found. Police say that when they tried to pull him over, he wound up shooting himself. That had happened before the car even came to a full stop. I did just speak with Nancy's mother and Eden's grandmother, who was heartbroken. She wouldn't go on camera, and throughout the conversation, she would periodically just start weeping, especially looking at pictures of that 4-year-old little girl who she just saw yesterday afternoon. She just enrolled her in a daycare and had just moments ago, or moments before Eden wound up being killed, had been spending time with her. She talked about the relationship that Nancy and Ralph had. She said that they had been together since Nancy was actually 16 years old, and that she'd never liked Ralph. She'd actually tried multiple times to break them up, and was against the relationship. She didn't find him respectful and thought he was a bit controlling. Actually, a couple of Nancy's friends also used that same word, controlling, when describing Ralph. But they didn't expect this level of violence. Either way, though, they didn't like him. And Nancy's mother, Ola, says that when Nancy was 16, she wanted to get married, and she was causing such a disturbance in the house that was impacting one of the younger kids that her mother eventually just said, fine, get married, and actually wound up signing off on that marriage certificate, but had been against it the entire time. Nancy and Ralph got divorced in 2016. That's apparent in court records. And at some point, she met a man who fathered her child. That man is no longer in the picture either. And around the holidays, maybe late November, early December, police and her mother and another neighbor all said that's when Ralph came back into the picture. So he's only been around for a few months as it pertains to them being back together. That's why when you've seen reporting on this, you have heard the word estranged used. It's because of them having been divorced and then recently started dating again. A neighbor told me that Nancy was extremely kind, had helped her with some things around the house. This is an elderly woman who needed some help setting up a cable box, for instance. And one of Nancy's friends told me that she was incredibly creative, very, very unique. We do know that she was a wonderful artist and expressed herself that way, that she loved music, and that nobody really saw this coming. There were multiple people who told me that they were made uneasy by the relationship, but that this wasn't something that they'd ever feared or that had crossed their mind.
And so walk us through again how investigators were able to track this man down in the aftermath of this shooting.
So a neighbor upstairs from where the shooting happened at this apartment complex called 911 to report it. Another neighbor saw the car speeding off and described it. It was it had North Carolina plates, just as another detail. And they knew about the car itself, the make, model, and they knew the license plate. So they were able to call that into police, who set up a be on the lookout and used license plate readers to track the car as it was heading north. The police chief actually said today that those license plate readers were just an enormous help because they could see his movement. So the neighbor who called in that he had left and described the car didn't know which direction he was going to wind up going. So those license plate readers were just incredible in being able to track him, so that law enforcement officers just past the border in Georgia were able to pull him over, or at least attempt to, before he wound up taking his own life, according to police.
Certainly a sad situation there that we are continuing to learn more about. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you joining us and bringing us the latest with that.
Of course. Thanks, Garrett.
I want to get you live now to Capitol Hill, where we are continuing to watch some heated moments on this DOJ oversight hearing. Attorney General Pam Bondi facing another round of questions right now from the ranking member. Well, it looks like he may have just wrapped up his time, but we are continuing to hear more questions of Pam Bondi, sparring some with members of this House Judiciary Committee. Let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes as she testifies. She has been asked a lot of questions today about the Epstein files, a number of other things. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds for impeachment. But there's so much more to your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of court when you sued Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize low-level immigration cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption. You revived draconian
You're
law
talking
of
about public corruption to
1798,
me? Whoa.
which should be repealed to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador. You fired over 100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause, and installed unqualified military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute the president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James while giving impunity to federal agents who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood. I saw it last year firsthand. You and Kash Patel covered up the murder of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez in my district by ICE agents. You tried to investigate Renee Good instead of the ICE agent who murdered her, and you tried to cover up the murder of Alex Peretti by CBP agents. You bring fake charges against protesters like the Broadview Six and Marimar Martinez, whom your administration labeled a domestic terrorist. This is the Montessori teacher who lives in my district, while protecting thugs who terrorize us and DHS authority. That's what you do. Protect and enable the criminals who are plundering our society and destroying what's left of democracy and the rule of law. Epstein accomplices, mass DHS thugs, corporate criminals, Tom Homan, Eric Adams, insurrectionists, the list goes on. And you talk about fighting crime, but you protect any criminal who helps you and Trump turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about conservative judges who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership. Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And even your own boss has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you already. You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you. The American people reject you. Our communities have demonstrated our strength and resilience in the face of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem and impose accountability for every criminal action. But you can spare yourself more humiliation. Resign now and submit yourself to accountability by the American people. Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record this Wall Street Journal article dated January 12, 2026, entitled, "Trump has complained about Pam Bondi repeatedly to aides." Thank you, and I yield back.
Objection. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
More calls for the Attorney General to resign as what has been more fireworks in this hearing that we've been tracking throughout the day. Just about any time a Democratic member of that committee has the chance to ask some questions and speak to Attorney General Pam Bondi. Do want to let you know we're tracking a developing situation out of Volusia County in South Daytona, where law enforcement on the scene there. It appears that a tactical team also on the scene, and we have learned that that is impacting some of the dismissal at South Daytona Elementary School this afternoon because there are a number of streets nearby that are closed down because of that. So they're not letting walkers or bike riders leave in that area at this time. They're going to keep all the students in the parent pickup loop. And they've also got some additional law enforcement there to help with dismissal. So we are monitoring that situation out of South Daytona. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining us for our Florida Live forecast. And Laurel, we're talking potential rain chances for Daytona 500, but you know what? We're dealing with this terrible drought right now that we're seeing a lot of impacts from in our area.
I don't know if it's just because Valentine's Day is this week, but I really feel like we're in like this toxic relationship with Mother Nature, you know? Like with the rain coming in, it's kind of nice because, yeah, we desperately need the rain. But of course, of all weekends, we're talking about the Daytona 500, and we haven't had like a nice weekend for Daytona, and I feel in quite a while.
Yeah, it has been a while. The toxic relationship is a good way to put it because you know we went from the freeze. Now you know temperatures have kind of bounced back, but this drought, I mean, it's the worst we've seen in a while.
Yeah, and we'll start off with that because that is the biggest and most relative time when we're talking about this story right now. This is the worst drought that we have seen since 2012. And this is the graphic that I'm going to show. It's a little bit out of date because this graphic updates every Thursday, but still, you can just see how bad it is. Gainesville, Ocala are in extreme drought conditions. Daytona is also seeing those severe drought conditions. So it is dry all across the board. 71 degrees right now, and this is the Ocala Tower camera. This is where we're seeing one of the worst droughts in over a decade, and you can just see how crispy, I feel like is just the word for it, how crispy that grass is. It is quite literally as dry as it can be. And usually these fields are bright green when we see the daily rain in the summer. But reason why we're watching this so carefully is because, again, this is the worst drought that we have seen since 2012. And this can definitely lead to a severe fire season. It can also lead to sinkholes. And because we are seeing such a deficit in this rain, it really can only take tropical storm amount of moisture to really help us get back to it of the usual temperatures and normal rain that we see in the summertime. So that's something that we're going to be watching very closely. But hey, at this point, any rain is good rain. And on average here in Orlando, we normally see less than 2 inches of rain in the month of February. So that just proves how dry it is, because we're only sitting at about like 3/4 of an inch right now. So usually we make up that rain in the summer when we see those daily thunderstorms, but still it is something to talk about. And one of the reasons why this is so severe right now is because lots of areas across Central Florida are under burn bans, which means that you can grill outside. If you have any outdoor kitchen equipment, an outdoor enclosed fireplace, that is okay. But any outdoor burning that you would use in order to like burn branches or yard waste, that is a no-go across these counties right here, which includes Gilchrist, Marion, as well as Alachua County, Orange County, Flagler County, Sumter County, including Polk County as well. So we're slowly starting to see that county number grow as we head through the next couple of days. So just make sure, again, you're not doing any yard work that could possibly cause sparks. If you park on the grass, make sure you're just being extremely careful as we head through the next couple of weeks, because we're really not going to be expecting any widespread rain, Garrett, for quite a while.
Yeah, and when we do talk about the potential rain for this weekend, like you said, it's not enough to fix those problems, that's for sure.
Right, and of course, it's like that love-hate relationship. We need that rain, but of course, like, we don't want it to delay the Daytona 500, because last year there was over 5 hours of delays, so we definitely need the rain, but maybe not in the hours between 2:30 and whenever the race ends.
And a lot of folks with plans this weekend, Valentine's Day coming up, so kind of let us know what we can expect at this point for the upcoming weekend.
And then we'll talk a little bit about why the forecast is so uncertain too. But let's start off with Valentine's Day, because Garrett, I'm sure your wife would also kill probably both of us if I didn't mention this. So Valentine's Day coming up on Saturday. If you haven't done anything for your sweetheart quite yet, there is your reminder. So we're looking at partly cloudy, but a good mix of sun and clouds, possibility of a little bit of sprinkles, but also a chance of chocolate as well. So temperature is going to be lingering throughout the upper 70s. And as we do take a look, we are here at Speed Week. One of those races going to be getting underway soon today. Tomorrow for the America 250 Florida, that is we're going to be seeing that on Thursday. Temperature is going to be maxing out right around 70 degrees. I'll be out there tomorrow. Friday, the Fresh in Florida 250 is happening. Of course, the GT 200 is happening on Saturday. And Sunday, the big day, is when we're really going to be watching those rain chances. So here's what we know, here's what we don't know. Rain is possible for the 500. What we really don't know right now is the timing, but what we are watching is a system that's right now setting up in the Pacific that could be bringing us in that rain. So here's the current models. Euro is bringing it maybe in for later on in the race, and the GFS holds it off until about 9 o'clock on Sunday. So that's something that we're going to be watching and figuring out that timing. But here is the current system that we're watching. It is out in the Pacific, and really it's going to be staying out in the Pacific before it slowly makes its way across the country as we take a look at the next couple of days. So really quick, here's the GFS, here's the Euro. So here's the Euro model. Low pressure system kind of tracks across Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, and we get that rain coming in on Sunday during the race. So a couple of very scattered showers lingering just off the coast. You can see that rain out ahead of the front. This is the Euro model, so this is just one of those. And then we really see the big amount of rain coming in late Sunday night into Monday. GFS kind of holds off those showers for a little bit during the race, but then has the majority of that rain moving through as we take a look ahead to Monday. So Garrett, that's kind of what we're watching and what we're going to be keeping a very close eye on as I'm hoping, see the GFS forecast win out on this one as we see that rain kind of starting to move in after the race. We're going to be keeping an eye on that forecast and really kind of pinning down the timing as we take a look ahead to this weekend.
Yeah, we will really be keeping a close eye on that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
And do want to go ahead and check back in quickly here on Capitol Hill, because one of Florida's members of Congress, Jared Moskowitz, a Democrat who is having the chance right now to question Attorney General Pam Bondi. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room, that Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012, we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed, though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see, flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find offense to that. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
Shame.
I want it from the burn book. Which is the best one? What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to clear.
Interesting back and forth there between Congressman Jared Moskowitz, Democrat from Florida, and Attorney General Pam Bondi. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And we're going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, we are just learning some new information about this shooting in Sarasota.
Yes, yesterday we learned that multiple people were shot and killed at a home in Sarasota. And just moments ago, we learned that 4 people were killed at that home, and they believe that the person who was responsible, who was also found dead in the home, was also responsible for a double homicide down in Fort Lauderdale. So deputies with the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, they were called to an Amberley neighborhood, which is near Proctor and McIntosh Roads. They were called there just before 12:30 yesterday afternoon following reports of a shooting. And deputies say when they arrived, they found neighbors in a front yard desperately performing CPR on a man, but that man was later pronounced dead. And so those neighbors told the deputies that they believed that the victim's wife was inside the home. And so the deputies feared for the safety of that woman. They entered the home, and that's where they discovered the bodies of 2 men as well as 2 women. Now, as detectives were working to piece together what happened, they were contacted by the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, and investigators down in Fort Lauderdale said that they were tracking a suspect connected to a double homicide there, and they believed that that double homicide was connected to the quadruple homicide that happened yesterday in Sarasota. Now, surveillance footage and ring camera video told a chilling story. The suspect's vehicle was seen entering the Sarasota neighborhood 1 minute after 11 a.m. yesterday, and then moments later, a neighbor's ring camera captured the sound of gunfire. Now, nearly 40 minutes after the first rounds of shots, the man found in the front yard arrived at the home. Investigators say he walked up to the front door and was shot. The sheriff's office has confirmed that the suspect is among those who were found dead inside the Sarasota home. They believe the suspect was in a previous romantic relationship with one of the victims in Fort Lauderdale, who was also connected to the victims over here in Sarasota. Now, while the shooter has been identified and the immediate threat is over, the motive for the Sarasota killings remains a mystery, and the names of the victims, those are being withheld until all families can be notified. And while detectives, they have identified the shooting suspect, they have not released that man's name either. Garrett?
All right, so we will stay tuned for more details on that. Meanwhile, we were talking just a little bit ago in our Florida Live forecast about this drought that we're dealing with, the wildfire risk. I know that's something that y'all are seeing in y'all's area, and Pasco County even having to cancel classes because of some of the impact of this.
Yeah, that's right. We've had multiple brush fires break out over the past 2 weeks, and a brush fire that's burning in the Starkey area forced River Ridge High School and River Ridge Middle School to cancel classes today. So late last night, we were notified that both of those schools were going to delay the first bell by about 3 hours, and the decision was made early this morning to just cancel classes altogether due to lingering smoke from that Starkey area wildfire. So after months of unusually dry weather and a historic freeze that turned our landscape into crunchy, flammable fuel, these wildfires have now been reported in every single Bay Area county. Now, the scale of the danger is staggering. Between January 31st and February 7th, Florida recorded nearly 680 fire alerts. So in Pasco County, it was the smoke from the fire at Starkey Ranch was so thick that it did force those 2 schools to close this morning in order to keep students safe. But over in Spring Hill, flames torched 2 cars and a shed yesterday. And meanwhile, Hillsborough County crews have been stretched thin. They were battling separate blazes earlier this week, one in Seffner and one in Lithia. Now, that fire in Lithia destroyed an RV as well as a mobile home, and that fire in Seffner actually threatened the Lazy Days RV dealership, which we're all very familiar with. You see it off of I-4. Now, officials say that the biggest threat is not the weather. They say it is actually human error. In Northport, a burn ban has been in place since November, but fire rescue crews have already responded to over 30 illegal burns. Now, the district chief, that's Dave Ingalls, he warns that they are already behind the 8 ball this season. He says it doesn't take a massive bonfire to start a disaster. And he also adds that a single spark from a grill on February 1st actually ignited a 10-acre brush fire in Sarasota County that shut down a portion of I-75. Now, up in Crystal River, another fire was sparked this week, specifically because somebody ignored the burn ban. Chief Ingalls notes that even parking your car on tall grass can be deadly because a hot catalytic converter can easily ignite that brush underneath because it is so dry. Now, anybody who is caught violating a mandatory ban burn are facing consequences of up to a $500 fine and even potential jail time. And you could be stuck with the bill for all costs related to that fire. So all the costs related to firefighters having to come out and put that fire, you could be on the hook for all of those expenses. And burn bans, they are expected to remain in effect until we see significant sustained rainfall. And for now, officials urge you to dispose of cigarettes properly, avoid parking on that tall, dry grass, and never leaving a grill unattended. And if you do see smoke, you are urged to call 911 immediately. Garrett?
Definitely a concerning situation. Like you said, it doesn't necessarily take very much to spark a fire that could get out of control. So something for all of us, I think, to keep in mind right now. Next in our Tampa Connection, and this is an interesting use of artificial intelligence. Talk to us about what they're doing in Pinellas County.
Yeah, I mean, you and I, we've talked a lot about how scammers are using artificial intelligence. And just last week, we were talking about how one scammer took a dog who was reported missing. They took that image of the dog and they used AI to make it look like this dog was getting surgery at a vet's office and scammed or tried to scam the owners out of money, saying that this dog needed emergency surgery. But now Pinellas County Animal Services, they are using AI to actually help reunite lost animals with their owners. Now, Pinellas County Animal Services, they have teamed up with Petco Love Lost. That's a free national database that works like a high-tech Google for missing pets. The secret is in facial recognition. Instead of scrolling through hundreds of photos, owners simply upload a picture of their pet. Then AI scans the database for unique identifiers. They're looking for everything from a specific spot on an ear to a unique eye color to find a potential match within seconds. Director Jennifer Renner says that the technology is already moving the needle. While the typical return rate for missing dogs is about 40%, pets uploaded to the system are now seeing a 50% return rate. And best of all, it's helping neighbors reunite pets without them ever having to set foot inside of one of those cold kennel shelters. Now, even with this new AI at their fingertips, officials remind you that a microchip can still be your pet's best ticket home. They recommend registering your pet's photo on the Petco Lost Love website now so the data is ready just in case they ever go missing. Garrett?
And certainly a helpful use of technology, that's for sure. And finally, in the Tampa Connection, here's some long-awaited work finally getting underway.
Yes, that's right. Funding was approved to begin dredging at Johns Pass back in 2022, but that work finally began this week. City leaders at Madeira Beach say that Johns Pass has become a top spot for water rescues in the entire region. And last year alone, first responders were called out to about 36 different incidents. And they say that the problem is actually the sand. Officials say a massive buildup of extra sand has created unsafe conditions for swimmers, boaters, and pedestrians. And while the area may look like an inviting beach, it's actually masking a dangerous channel. So Captain Dylan Hubbard says once the dredging is complete, what is currently dry land will be replaced by water that's 6 to 12 feet deep. He warns that right now the shallow appearance often catches families off guard, leading children to live in the area, to swim in the areas where currents move much faster than they realize. And State Representative Linda Cheney helped secure $1.5 million in state funding to fix that problem. She says removing the sand is about more than just safety. It's about economic stability of local businesses that rely on the functional pass. And crews expect the dredging project to take between 60 and 90 days. And once that work is done, the makeshift beach will be gone. water flow will be restored, and officials say Johns Pass will become safe for everyone. Garrett?
All right, something to look forward to there. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
And before we go to break here on Florida Live, I want to let you know on the other side of this break, we're going to be talking about the latest in the Nancy Guthrie disappearance, some new developments, an extensive search going on in the Tucson area today. We're going to bring in one of our law enforcement experts and talk about that on the other side of this break. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We're continuing to track the latest in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of the Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. She's been missing for close to 2 weeks now from her home in Tucson, Arizona, where she was last seen. We know there have been extensive search operations. Obviously, we had the breaking news yesterday that we talked about a lot here, where we were breaking down those new surveillance images. We know today there is a pretty active search scene along many of the roadways in the Tucson area, and some more developments that we're continuing to watch in this case. So I want to bring back in one of our law enforcement experts, Jamie Copenhaver, a former sheriff's detective and investigator, joining us live via Zoom right now. And Jamie, we appreciate you joining us here. It's kind of concerning that we are continuing to talk about this now, coming on a couple of weeks, because it's one of those things where we know time is of the essence.
Yeah, it looks grim, right? Good to be with you, Garrett. We saw a lot of activity yesterday leading up to the nighttime. I know that social media was blowing up with all the activity. The odd part about this, they actually detained a person. Now, they didn't call him a person of interest, but they detained an individual. We know that FBI HRT SWAT units were there and executed some type of a search warrant at this individual's home. But Garrett, he was released within hours, and they sort of dusted him off and took him back home. So, that's to be announced as to what occurred there, but it's certainly a mystery, right?
Yeah. So then what after that? When we heard last night, I think that someone was in custody your heart leaps up into your chest, and you think maybe they've got him, maybe they're cracking this, especially with it being just a few hours after the release of that surveillance video. So then what happens next? We don't necessarily know what all may have led them to detain that person to begin with, but what's the next step for investigators after something like that?
I think we're seeing what we're allowed to see. We're seeing special agents and other law enforcement officials out doing grid searches again today. It's my understanding, based on video, they were back out on Nancy Guthrie's street in that area, walking the street and walking the roadway. A couple of agents kind of veered off into a wooded area to check whatever their senses brought them to. But here's the other part of that, Garrett. Nothing stopped in terms of that data collection team from Quantico. They're have boots on the ground. The evidence recovery team from the FBI is on the ground. And there are more FBI special agents, it's my understanding, that arrived there late this morning that's going to assist in that canvass of the neighborhood. So, it certainly looks like they're still looking for clues and keys as to what occurred with Nancy Guthrie. I would hope to say, and I say this with a little bit of confidence, I think they certainly know a lot than what they're releasing to us here at the media and at home, right? So, that's to maintain the integrity, not to scare suspects away if they have a suspect that may be on the radar.
You mentioned the search along the roadways and into the woods that's going on today. Do you think that's an indication of maybe some new clues that may have pointed out a certain area that they may want to check, from leads they may have gotten in the past 24 hours after the release of that video, or maybe something that they may have learned in some of their investigation? Or do you think they're just maybe crossing off some areas that they hadn't searched yet?
Yeah, I'm losing the count of days. I think we're going into day 10 or day 11. So, we've seen that activity consistently at all the above addresses that's noted in the case, right? Not only Nancy's house, but Annie Guthrie, the sister of Savannah Guthrie. So we've seen that canvas of that neighborhood and neighborhoods consistently now for the past 9 days. So, what that tells me and what it would telegraph is either A, they're getting tips, or they have came up with some formal idea that they're missing something in that wooded area, or these wooded areas are searching. But my gut feeling, Garrett, tells me they're just going back out and recombing, researching, recanvassing to see if they missed something on any of the previous searches. Unfortunately, we're not hearing the results of that, right? So I know that yesterday or the day before, they were digging around in a manhole cover. They were looking at a septic tank near Nancy Guthrie's residence. So did they have a clue that brought them to that search? Probably not. I think it was just good old-fashioned police work, leaving no stone unturned.
Meanwhile, we also have seen reporting from TMZ saying that they've received a third letter now, a ransom letter essentially from someone who says they know who the kidnapper is, and they'd be willing to say so in exchange for 1 Bitcoin. What do you make of that, and do you think there's any legitimacy to that?
Not being in the investigation and on the inside loop, it's hard to speculate. We know that prior to this letter, there were 3 ransom letters sent to media outlets. One of those proved to be fake and false and debunked, and there were an arrest occurred on that, right? So, what agents are doing currently is vetting that out, hopefully making contact with the individual in some form or fashion to try to solidify and validate what that ransom note said. I find the timing of that a little bit odd because, going back on day 3, I think it was, the FBI or the Department of Justice came out and offered a $50,000 reward. Why didn't the person make the call or send that note then? Hey, I know who the suspect is. It could be something simple as a fraud, but also it could be something that, they've watched the video that was released yesterday, and maybe they have an idea maybe who the suspect is. So it's really hard to vet that out until they vet it out to see if it's legit or not legit.
You bring up a good point about the reward, though. 1 Bitcoin, that's about $66,000. The FBI reward is $50,000, so you would think that they, at that point, would just go to the FBI rather than send a letter to TMZ saying, hey, I know who it is.
Yeah, and great point. And you hit the nail on the head. But here's, we don't want to sit here and be critical of anyone working this case, especially our law enforcement partners, right? They're doing an amazing job with what they have. I'm a little critical, though, on the low amount of the reward. They're asking for around $6 million in ransom for the return of Nancy Guthrie, but, FBI is only offering that $50K. What would occur if you would offer $250 and bump that up? It would certainly motivate, if someone does know where she is or who took her, to actually risk that and come forward with whatever information. So I'm hoping to see in the next day or two, if it's not resolved, that reward amount will be greatly extended. And I would like to see around 200 or 250K, because that makes it appetizing for someone that may have the information.
We saw some SWAT activity, tactical teams kind of mobilizing yesterday. Is that the kind of thing that you might expect to see more of as this investigation progresses?
Yeah, keep in mind, this individual or individuals that's responsible for this kidnapping did it with violence. We know that they're armed. If you look at that surveillance video, the individual had a firearm on a holster. So, there's certainly that threat of violence if you would go and knock on the door of the bad guy. So, yeah, I think once they pin these leads down, if they can get enough probable cause or reasonable suspicion to go knock on a door, you're going to see a lot of those special operators from HRT involved in that, because that's what they train for. That's their job. So, I would say we're going to see that in the near future as leads may or may not develop. But more importantly, how many neighborhoods are they going in and actually knocking on doors, looking at ring door videos, and trying to get an idea as to what cars or, what may have been in the neighborhood prior to that. We just don't know that. But I'm going to speculate that's being done and has been done, and they're going back, redoing it to make sure that, the person may have not been home when they did the original canvas. So a lot of unknowns in this case.
Yeah, and the Pima County Sheriff's Department posted on social media earlier today again saying essentially, as soon as there are significant developments, we will hold a news conference at that point. We're not going to hold one until then. I would argue there have been some pretty significant developments since the last news conference that was held. And so do you think that's an intentional step by investigators at this point to really control what they're releasing at this point, let those videos speak for themselves before they release any more details?
Yeah, you want to generate enough. We're all on the edge of our seat, right? It's America's grandmother that's missing, right? So we're all vested in this. So the least at this point, in my opinion, that law enforcement comes out and says, the more pressure it's going to put on not only the bad guys or the kidnappers, but also it's going to generate more chatter, whether it's social media, whether it's tips calling into the 1-800-CALL-FBI, and which, Garrett, I'm hearing they're upwards to 55 to 70,000 tips a day generated. So that gives the public time to digest, look at the video. Going back to Brown University, a lot of people said, hey, I think I know who it is, right? So I think it's well measured by law enforcement, not getting out there and giving press conferences and making the statement, well, we really have nothing new to add. So I think it puts pressure on the bad guy, but also it helps generate public conversation that may lead to something.
Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, we always appreciate your insight. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Always good to be with you. Thank you.
And Jamie, we will check back in with you soon, I'm sure. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live. We have much more to come. Going to check back in on Daytona 500 Media Day on the other side of this break. Live look in Daytona right now toward Daytona International Speedway. It is Daytona 500 week. Welcome back in to Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. It's Daytona 500 Media Day. We've got the crews out at the track today talking with drivers about what they are looking forward to with the race coming up this week. Give you a live look right now. No one at the microphone stand right now, but you can see that beautiful trophy there with all those names, pieces of history right there. We did hear just a little bit ago from one of the most popular drivers year in and year out. That's Chase Elliott speaking with the reporters just a little bit ago.
Yeah, just when you're on the side of the fence that you haven't won, you're just happy for another opportunity. So that's really it for me. I'm just grateful to be here. This is a great event, one of the biggest sporting events in the United States, and to say you've been a part of it for the past 10 plus years is really special in my opinion, and not a lot of people can say that. So I never take that for granted, and driving for HMS and the opportunity I've had throughout my career just to be able to drive through the gate and the tunnel and know you have a shot to win every time you come down here is pretty rare. Not everybody has that, mindset. So grateful for that and looking forward to, another chance. That's all you can do. Just try and make the best educated guess to, where you need to be at what time, throughout the race, and hope it falls your way. That's really all you can do. Anybody else? Yeah. Well, I think for me, from a team perspective, honestly, Alan deserves this race far more than I do. He's from the area and a guy that has just put in so much to this sport and has done a lot for me. I feel like he's elevated me throughout the course of my whole career, and I'm grateful for that. So, honestly, want it for him really more than anything else. Like I feel like he deserves it, and that's just something that he's not been able to check off the list and throughout his career, and I just think he deserves one. So I'm not sure there's any race that would really mean more to him than to win this one. So love to get that done. I thought it was okay. I honestly have not. We've been really busy, obviously, since we got out of the car with all this stuff. So I haven't sat down to see kind of where we stacked up on single car runs. I know there were some guys drafting, and most guys weren't. Some runs were not totally clean. Probably going to be hard to decipher all that. So, I feel like, the car seemed fine. Everything was smooth. I didn't have any complaints, really. So we'll just go make a lap tonight and see where we stack up. Yeah, you weren't just going to get lucky and win it, but you could get hot there at the end and make a run. But I think what I like the most about it is, it's not called the playoffs. Like, it never looked like a playoff to me. And, I think we spent a lot of time trying to be like other sports, and we're not. And that's okay. And if you don't like it, then don't watch. You know what I mean? So it's like, motorsports is just a little different, and I'm really proud of our leadership for just saying, hey, this is us. This is who we are, and we don't have to fabricate excitement for really cool things to happen and for it to be really entertaining. And, having watched and been a fan of the sport for a long time and having been a part of it now for a long time, there's a lot of great stories in this deal that it doesn't need help. So what if a guy wins 18 championships in a row and dominates? You're gonna have races where a guy dominates. Celebrate it. He did a good job. His team did a great job. If he wins 5 championships in a row, celebrate it. You have a guy becoming a legend, so I hate that we've tried to fabricate so many storylines over the years, and I just think the greats and the great drivers and the great teams, no matter how exciting it is for a TikTok moment, or whatever it is, or not, that the right people and the right teams are rewarded for doing a good job, and I think this format suits that. Yeah, not in the car, but certainly before the race, definitely, and that's always, this event. It's just an amazing spectacle. For anybody who's been a part of it or witnessed it, or those of you that haven't, it's worth your time to come see it once. At least it's pretty cool, and having been a part of it and kind of seeing it from my shoes, it's just special, and like I said a second ago, just grateful for the opportunity. It's a great honor to be a part of the event. Not a lot of people can say that, so I recognize those things, and appreciate all the folks that are coming out this weekend, and all the ones that have come out for the past 10 years that I've been doing it, whether they're pulling for me or somebody else. So
it is a special event. There's no doubt about that. Daytona 500 week. We're excited about that. We'll have more coverage on that coming up on Fox 35 News and a little bit later. Our live streaming news continues next on Fox Local and YouTube, but we are out of time here on Fox 35 TV with Florida Live. See you back here at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back inside this hearing on Capitol Hill. Been going on all day since 10 o'clock this morning. A House Judiciary Committee, they are conducting an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice. Attorney General Pam Bondi has been testifying for hours. This is Congressman Derek Schmidt, a Republican from Kansas, who is speaking right now. Just before he took over, Jasmine Crockett, Democrat from Texas, was going back and forth with Pam Bondi, and then at the end of her time, she got up and left, it appeared. So more fireworks in this tense hearing that we've been tracking throughout the day. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
And the justice of deportation on the back end. So I want to do something that's been rare here today, General. I want to ask you about public policy. Donald Trump won't be president forever. I would like to lock in some of these gains we have made in public safety. Should we be exploring the idea, for example, of beefing up 287G partnerships, or maybe replicating that so that state prosecutors can work more closely with federal prosecutors to get deportation orders as well as state convictions?
Absolutely.
In terms of sanctuary jurisdictions, when a sanctuary jurisdiction says as a matter of politics, go pound sand to the feds, we won't honor your detainer, so they release those people I'm talking about into their communities. And those people commit another crime of property or violence against citizens. Should those citizens have some type of civil redress against the jurisdiction that as a matter of public policy turned those people loose who created the new victims?
Yeah, and Congressman, it's risking the lives of all of the citizens of that jurisdiction.
And you've been sued a lot, or the administration has, by folks who don't like your policies.
Hundreds of times.
You've won many of those.
Yes.
Isn't it the case that the law says under Rule 65 that when you win those and there's a wrongfully entered injunction that there's supposed to be a monetary remedy for that, so there's a cost?
Yes.
And didn't the president direct you and other agency heads to start seeking bonds in those cases?
Yes.
And should we beef up the law in that area by codifying that requirement going forward?
I would love to discuss that with you.
Thank you, General. Thank you for being here.
Gentleman yields back. Well done. Some of the questions he raised, we plan on taking up in a markup in a couple weeks on the whole sanctuary jurisdiction issue. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, for taking the time to speak with us. We certainly really appreciate it. I've got a series of questions for you that we can get through pretty quickly, I think. Can you tell me, is it true that the Biden-Harris DOJ raided President Trump's home?
They did.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ allow Jack Smith to spy on over a dozen Republican members of Congress?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seize the phone of a sitting Republican congressman?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and Jack Smith pay at least $20,000 to confidential human sources to provide information on President Trump?
At least.
At least. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI fail to apprehend the suspect who placed pipe bombs near the Capitol ahead of January 6th?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target parents as domestic terrorists?
Absolutely.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ target pro-life Catholics, going so far as to interview a priest and a choir director?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ send FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates with no criminal histories?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ use the FACE Act to target pro-life advocates while it allowed anti-life agitators to vandalize, destroy, and firebomb pregnancy resource centers and churches?
Multiple times, I believe.
Multiple times. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ ever determine who leaked the Dobbs decision?
I can't discuss that. No, under Biden-Harris.
Got it.
No.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ and FBI target whistleblowers for revealing waste, fraud, and abuse within the department to Congress?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ refuse to say whether it coordinated with Alvin Bragg, Fani Willis, and Letitia James in their lawfare against President Trump?
They refused.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ slow-walk the criminal investigation and prosecution of Hunter Biden?
That's an understatement, in my opinion.
Yep. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ determine who brought cocaine into the Biden White House?
They did not.
They did not. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent?
As far as we know, they did not.
Right, that's right. Did the Biden-Harris DOJ cover up the extent of the Russia collusion hoax?
Absolutely, in my opinion. Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ seek leniency from a federal court for an IRS contractor who leaked sensitive tax information on over 7,600 Americans, including President Trump?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ sue Texas because the state wanted to secure its own southern border?
Yes.
And finally, did the Biden-Harris DOJ attack SpaceX for hiring too many Americans?
I believe they did.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, and I appreciate that a lot of this is being cleaned up under your leadership. So thank you for returning the DOJ back to its core focus, which is on the rule of law. And I think that we see the results of that. I've got a few more similar questions for you. How have, over the past year since President Trump has been in office, how have murders trended in the United States?
Since President Trump has been in office, the murder rate has dropped to a historic 20% drop in the national murder rate, lowest since 1900. 20%
drop in 1 year. That's incredible, isn't it?
And that's thanks to the incredible men and women of law enforcement, FBI, DEA, ATF, everyone working together to solve violent crime, along with our sheriffs, our local law enforcement, working as a team throughout this country, and our great state and federal prosecutors.
Yep. And how have robberies trended? Have they gone, even if they've just gone up or down?
Robberies, all violent crime, all violent crime has decreased, as well as robberies.
So murders, violent crime, the country is more safe now, it's fair to say, would you agree, than it was a year and a half ago under Joe Biden?
Absolutely, and Director Patel is working tirelessly to catch those, I'm sure you've been seeing, on the most wanted list. Mm-hmm. He and Deputy Director Bongino from day one said, we're going to get the most wanted list, and that's what's been happening, working hand in hand with all of our agencies.
Yep. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you for the work you've been doing to refocus the DOJ again on doing your core job. We're very happy with it, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chairman.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. I would just say, earlier one of the Democrats said that they said, who are you, who you are? And I think you're the Attorney General who I think on the first day disbanded the FIDF, first day on the job, rescinded the memo that required spying on parents that Mr. Garland had issued, and stood up the weaponization working group. I think you did that all on day one. Not to mention, you're the first Justice Department that's put in place, as we've talked about earlier, this Deputy Attorney General for combating fraud. So we appreciate that, and of course, all the things that Mr. Mr. Gill pointed out with the crime stats that have went down. So our last questioner today, but not the least, the gentleman, I'm sorry, we're going to have two more. We got Mr. Onder and then Mr. Baumgartner. So Mr. Baumgartner, well, let's go that way since you're here. You're ready to go. Mr. Baumgartner, and then we'll come back to Mr. Onder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi. You know, being a freshman on this committee, you always get a bit surprised, I guess, even 1 year into my term here, how theatrical days like this can be. But I think you've performed well today and answered the questions well today, and that's a credit to you and appreciated by the American people. You know, the Epstein issue is certainly important and is important for the victims. I think both I and the American people have a little bit of trouble taking the Democrats super seriously on this issue when they have been so uncurious about President Clinton's relations with Jeffrey Epstein. And even myself, I had no idea that there was actually a sitting Democrat congresswoman who had taken substantial campaign donations for Mr. Epstein, only when that came to light on the floor with the potential resolution. And you would think there would be more outrage on those types of things if they were going to be taken credible. But we do know the performance value of what goes on in this committee. I want to talk about the big things that Department of Justice is doing. And when I look at the dramatic decrease in crime in this country in the last year since the Trump administration has come, you see the board behind me. Violent crime plummets across major U.S. cities. And I guess so my first question would be, and when it comes to the big stuff, how are you guys getting this stuff so right? What contributes from your perspective to this dramatic decrease in crime in major U.S. cities under the Trump administration?
When I first took office, I met with all of our agencies. And the one thing that stuck with me, that one of the heads of the department said to me, one of the law enforcement department heads, President Trump has taken the handcuffs off us so we can keep the people of America safe. And that's what he's done. He has given our law enforcement officers the tools that they need and the backing that they need, the support that they need to combat violent crime and all crime throughout this country. And, you know, I'd be remiss, we've talked about the FBI, we've talked about DEA a bit, but can I please brag about ATF? Rob Cicada and Dan Driscoll, of course, who has been our acting head of ATF, have done a remarkable job stopping guns from flowing into Mexico, not harassing gun owners. 26,965 violent crime cases have been initiated, including more than 4,300 firearms trafficking cases. More than 1,200 of those are tied to gun trafficking in Mexico. I talk to them almost daily.
Thank you.
And they're working so hard.
Well, thank you, Attorney General. Again, you know, I look back at this last year, and we've had this historic tax cut. Yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, the National Cancer Foundation ran full-page ads thanking Congress, the administration, for doing more for cancer research than has ever been done before. I was just meeting with Habitat for Humanity out in the hallway, and they came and thanked us for doing more than's ever been done for Habitat for Humanity. So there's been so many accomplishments, but I really think this crime is the biggest deal of all. But I do have some concerns on this issue, and those also are respect to how we keep people safe with sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And I remind everyone, and as I'm sure you know, Madam Attorney General, that when we had the terrible terrorist attacks of 9/11, the number one recommendation of the 9/11 Commission was to reduce barriers between all levels of law enforcement. They specifically pointed to things like fusion centers, Joint Terrorism Task Force, and getting local law enforcement and federal law enforcement to work together and communicate on a regular basis. And I would just like your perspective, because we have a more complex global threat than any time since World War II. We still have Islamic terrorism. We have spies from China, Iran, Russia, all these things. And what does sanctuary cities and states do for communication law enforcement? And how does it make us less safe?
Sanctuary cities and states are attempting to prevent communication among all the law enforcement agencies. And of course, that's keeping all of America less safe, especially when the violent criminals are fleeing to those jurisdictions because they believe they're protected. But with all of our joint task forces, I see it every day, Congressman, how well, despite what these liberals are trying to do, Donald Trump's administration is working tirelessly to protect all of Americans and all of our agencies working hand in hand to keep America
Well,
safe.
you guys are getting the big stuff right. You look at that decrease in crime across the country, you ought to take a victory lap. Well done.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back to this hearing on Capitol Hill right now. The House Judiciary Committee coming to an end. It is wrapping up. I believe this is the last lawmaker with the chance to ask some questions. Playing a video right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
They tested my amputated breast for cancer. And I was cancer-free, of course. I was perfectly healthy. There was nothing wrong with my still developing body or my breasts, other than that, as an insecure teenage girl, I felt awkward about it. After my breasts were taken away from me, the tissue was incinerated. Before I was able to legally drive, I had a huge part of my future womanhood taken from me. I will never be able to breastfeed. I struggle to look at myself in the mirror at times. I still struggle to this day with sexual dysfunction. And I have massive scars across my chest. And the skin grafts that they took of my nipples are weeping fluid today. And they were grafted into a more masculine positioning, they said.
Chloe testified that day that what she needed was mental health therapy, but she never received it. And she was not suicidal until after they did these horrible things to her. She pleaded with Congress to act so that future children would not suffer what she did. Last week was a major turning point in for these medical malpractice claims when a detransitioner was the first to successfully hold doctors liable with a $2 million settlement for what they did to that poor girl. Just days later, the American Society of Plastic Surgeons announced that they would no longer do transgender surgeries on minors in the AMA followed suit. This proves that if the bill your DOJ drafted were passed into law, these barbaric practices would end immediately, because all victims would be able to hold those who harm them accountable. Could you share with us a little bit about your work in advocating for victims like Chloe and what a private right of action would mean for victims like her and their families?
Yes, and first, Congressman, thank you for championing this bill. And also to Chloe, what a brave young woman to come before this body.
Yes.
And
at age 19.
At age 19, and talk about what happened to her. It's not about just giving relief to children who have been harmed. It allows victims whose healthy body parts have been damaged to seek relief and obtain relief. And thanks to you, and we are proud to work hand in hand with you on this issue. And I think it's pretty sad none of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle even brought that up. But I hope they support this to protect all children throughout this country.
Well, General Bondi, thank you so much to you, to your department, to President Trump. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I've just saved some UC requests for the end, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you kindly. Record low crime during the Biden-Harris administration. Crime down in every category in 2024 under Biden. FBI report says Trump takes credit for violent crime drop where rates were already falling. From NPR, Trump administration targets ATF with plans to cut jobs and ease gun restrictions. And then a few oldies but goodies. I've introduced these before about the claim that we didn't have anything to say about Epstein before the Trump administration. Raskin joins call for Attorney General to reopen Epstein case and publicly release Acosta misconduct investigation in documents March 1, 2019. Oversight Committee plans hearing with Acosta on plea deal with Epstein July 10, 2019. And finally, 68 House members call for resignation of Labor Secretary Acosta, July 10, 2019.
Without objection, Attorney General Bondi, thank you for your service to the country. And thank you for being here for a long day. We appreciate your willingness to come and answer our questions and the great job you're doing for our country. And I got one thing I got to say. This concludes today's hearing. We thank our witnesses for appearing before the committee. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
That hearing adjourned. Again, it started at 10 o'clock this morning, so a long day and pretty contentious at times, as we saw throughout the day here on Fox Local. We're going to take another break, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Wanted to get you to a news conference earlier today in Volusia County as State CFO Blazin Golia joined Flagler County Sheriff Rick Staley and Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood at a news conference where they, first of all, the state offered some reimbursement checks to agencies for their immigration enforcement actions. But we also heard from the CFO talking about illegal immigration and some policy changes to disincentivize that here in the state of Florida. Also, we heard a new proposal that's going to be filed to extend Florida's HALO law that establishes that 25-foot buffer around law enforcement, to extend that to apply to federal law enforcement officers here in the state of Florida as well. Here's a little bit of what the CFO had to say.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great day to be in the great state of Florida. I am your Chief Financial Officer, Blaise Ingolia. Thank you, Sheriff Chitwood, for having us here today. Talk about immigration. I'm also happy to be joined by Volusia County Corrections Director Joseph Demore, Flagler County Sheriff Rick Staley. Thank you, sir. Holly Heath Police Chief Byron Williams, and Daytona Police Chief Jakari Young. Guys, thank you for everything that you do. We're also having our presence the Mayor of the City of Deltona, Santiago Avila Jr. Thank you, sir. And my good friend, David Santiago, who is on the Volusia City Council. Thank you. That is one heck of a suit, sir, I must say. That is just, that is, you're going to have to be taller and much fatter to look like me. I appreciate that. So thank you guys for all coming here today and talking about a policy that has been that is near and dear to a lot of our hearts in order to keep Floridians protected from harm, and that is illegal immigration. Illegal immigration has been plaguing this nation for the better part of 40 years. Before President Trump made it a central platform of his campaign in 2016, both Democrats and Republican administrators, both of them, wanted absolutely no part in fixing the system. In fact, any time that there was a policy proposal to try to fix it, it never actually got done. Decades and decades of both parties refusing to fix a system that was obviously broken and effectuating more and more illegal immigrants from coming over to our shores, which did nothing but put strain on our communities, strain on the system, invite criminal aliens. This needed to come to an end. And over the years, neglect and dereliction turned into welcoming and subsidizing. Government at all levels, federal, state, and local, created magnets, thereby incentivizing more and more illegal immigration. This all came to a head with the Biden administration's de facto open borders policies coupled with ridiculous taxpayer-funded government programs that not only incentivized illegal immigrants to evade border control, but also made them comfortable in doing so. In many states, illegal immigrants can receive free health care, free education, free legal advice, food stamps, driver's licenses, auto insurance, and even law degrees. You have to ask yourself the question, why would an illegal immigrant want to wait, or an immigrant want to wait 10 years and spend $50,000 to come here legally when they can give $10,000 to the drug cartels, come here illegally, and get all of the benefits of a legal citizen? While Biden and his cronies allowed illegal immigration to wreak havoc on our country, Florida understood that any incentive for illegal immigration had to be removed, and we had to be bold, absolutely bold, and lead the charge, leading this nation against these open border policies. And that's why we in the state of Florida chose to lead, and chose to lead aggressively. We enhanced criminal penalties for human smuggling and added human smuggling to the list of crimes allowed for prosecution under Florida's RICO Act. We made it a state crime to enter Florida illegally. We stopped the issuance of driver's licenses and community IDs given to illegal immigrants. We implemented mandatory DNA testing for illegals who commit crimes. We mandated hospitals start tracking how much money we were spending on delivering health care to illegal immigrants in our communities. We stopped in-state tuition for higher education for illegal immigrants. We mandated businesses use E-Verify. We mandated, along with our law enforcement partners, that allowed the assisting of federal law enforcement with our 287G program, partially why we're here today. And we also banned sanctuary cities. Now, many leftist politicians are protecting these criminal aliens by voting for sanctuary policies and creating sanctuary jurisdictions. Now, the easiest way to get rid of these sanctuary policies is to maybe charge the politicians as an accessory to the crime when an illegal immigrant commits sanctuary crimes in their sanctuary jurisdictions that they actually voted for. That would stop it real quick. I am personally tired of hearing the stories of angel moms that have lost a child because of ridiculous pro-illegal immigration policies and pro-illegal immigration rulings by activist judges. Personally,
that was earlier in Volusia County as CFO Blaise Ngolia discussed illegal immigration. I do want to give an update on the situation in the neighborhood near South Daytona Elementary School that was impacting a dismissal there. We learned from South Daytona police that it was some sort of neighborhood dispute that resulted in gunfire. The suspect was in his house and was not responding to directions to surrender. I don't have a live look at that scene right now, but just a little bit ago I did see police did have someone in handcuffs on that scene. So we will keep monitoring that and have the latest details for you coming up on Fox 35 News at 5. Because I'm out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. Thanks for joining us over these last 4.5 hours. Going to hand things off to the Storm team for Fox 35 Weather Plus, and then the 407 right after that before your news continues at 5 o'clock. Thanks for joining us. I'll see you right back here tomorrow with more Fox 35 News Plus.